Not a ton of big stories, but a lot of little things kind of bubbling up. We got a little bit of an Aztec feel today on our show.
Red and black attack.
That's right. Rob Aurich, the Aztecs defensive coordinator, will join us at the bottom of this hour. We'll have Jeremiah Oden, the transfer on the Aztec basketball team. He'll join us in the 4 o'clock hour. And what a game last night. I guess we have to start there. By the way, kind of some new things developing. Jets owner defending Aaron Glenn, but ripping Justin Fields. Seems a little odd, but we'll get to that a little bit later. But
we also came up with the, according to, was it not Emmanuel Acho? Who does he work with? LaShawn McCoy. Oh, no. They were talking about it. According to Skip Bayless, we have come up with the reason why the Miami Dolphins are terrible. Evidently, every one of their players got baptized before the season started.
Yeah, he didn't seem to be happy.
We got to dig into that. We got to dig into that one too, Tony. We got a lot to do.
Yeah, no, a lot to get in. We'll start with Game 7 of the ALCS. Man, what a game! What a turn of events!
What a moment!
Immediately,
right? Yeah.
George Springer squarely in the center of this, as he has often been when he's been involved with the playoffs one way or another. It used to be with the Astros. Last night, it was with the Blue Jays, a 3-run shot in the 7th that, I mean, I don't know that you can always feel momentum turn the way that did last night, but you could almost.
The Mariners had 6 outs left after that, but they might as well have had none.
It felt like it was over.
They might as well have just been a walk-off. Yeah, that's how it felt. I thought I heard a trash can banging in the distance, and then no, I'm kidding. Springer hit this one legit. I mean, it's a moment, right? I mean, that's what Game 7s are for, moments in history. Then, everyone's going to remember, certainly I know in the Pacific Northwest, they'll never forget this. I mean, I think the Mariners felt like this was finally going to be it. And Springer turned the table on him. I mean, obviously now that it's over, you're getting a lot of criticism of, Dan Wilson, the Mariners manager. Why'd you have your 3rd or 4th best reliever coming in, there to try to get Springer out? You've got Brash, you've got, Munoz to close the game, but he felt Bizzardo was the guy to get that out. Maybe even stay with Brian Wu. I don't know. He walked the guy and gave up a single, but those are the decisions, and that's what Game 7 happens under that glare. So no matter what happens,
right,
the losing team is going to get. People are going to second guess this, that, and the other. I think the bottom line, Tony, is probably the unsung part of the victory for Toronto, and that is once. Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh hit the home runs, Seattle wasn't heard from. They could have put another run or two on the board. They had
opportunities
and it just didn't happen. On the board. Yeah, and that is always something you can look back on when a game gets away like that.
Yeah,
so.
No, I hate that that's the way it has to go, but that's the way it goes. I thought going to Bizzardo there, if you had watched the playoffs from start to finish, you didn't come away thinking Bizzardo was their 3rd best reliever.
I didn't think it was a bad move.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying it's hard to come to that conclusion watching the playoffs. Clearly, some things shifted. I don't know that we saw Suarez very much at all during the postseason.
Not much.
And I would imagine there was reason for that. It wasn't just out of the blue. They decided to stop using. Never mind that. The moment is about George Springer.
The guy still had to hit a 3-run home run, even if you rolled the ball up on a tee.
The moment is about George Springer and him coming up big once again.
Yeah.
Now we have ourselves a United States versus Canada.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you brought it up that way, because that is the last way I hope people look at it. Honestly, I find it ironic that in the world in which we live, let's just leave it that way.
With this, Chris?
We're not going anywhere. But within the world in which we live, in which, America, which is, I think, something all of us actually are behind, whether people think so or not. We have an America. I had somebody say today, I was rooting for Seattle because I wanted an all United States World Series. Really, you thought of that?
Well, we definitely thought of an all West Coast.
But we thought all West Coast. Sure. But and I mean, I know it's going to start in Canada, the World Series. That's only the second time that's ever happened. 1993, it also opened in Toronto. So that's something. But I find it ironic, Tony, that I believe, unless I'm wrong here, most of the baseball fans are going to be un-American. I don't think too many people are going to root for the Dodgers.
That's very un-American.
Unless you're a Dodger fan. Isn't almost everyone going to root against the Dodgers in this World Series? I would think you will.
It would seem so. So. All I know are the Canadians are undefeated when they face the United States
in the World Series.
2-0
for Toronto
right now.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know the person that's like a fringe baseball fan. It's like, go Dodgers. I don't want to know you.
We've got to keep the World Series here in our country.
No, not even that. I just don't want to know you for cheering for the Dodgers. They're not cheerable.
They're America's.
Let's go ruin baseball.
They are representing America.
Yeah,
don't care.
Not really. Here's my thing, and I mean, look, Tony, you and I and Skraby and all of us and Adam and everybody, we all work in sports for a lot of reasons. First, we love sports, but secondly, this is our escape from the crazy world that is going on out there.
For sure.
So let's please keep the World Series there.
Right.
Out of that. That crazy spotlight and let all that stuff happen. But yeah, I watch these baseball games to get away from all of it. And I hope that the World Series does not get, under that, banner.
I think this is a good matchup. I do.
Probably better than we think. And I'm really happy to see that Bo Bichette says he's going to play. That's a pretty big bat that we haven't even thought about that Toronto still has. Yeah. We're going to try to convince ourselves between now and Friday that Toronto has a chance.
I think you guys are going to have to convince yourself.
You already are convinced.
I think they definitely got a chance.
I think they have a chance too. They got Vlad, which is outside of what Ohtani did on Friday. He's the best hitter in the playoffs.
He is positioned to have, with a World Series like he had CS and DS, to have one of the greatest postseason runs ever.
Yep, that's true. He's hitting over 400. I mean, Ernie Clement has turned into, for lack of a better comparison, Anthony Keith Gwynn. He's hitting 460 or something up there. The Blue Jays are coming in hot. I don't know. They haven't seen Snell and, these guys for a while. And I don't think the Dodgers will give Guerrero even a single pitch to hit. I think they're a little smarter than the Mariners were. But, I hope it's a great World Series. I certainly do not want to have, the Blue Jays have to stand aside for a Dodger coronation. That is the last thing I believe any of us other than true blue people want to see happen. So, you want to see a great World Series. And, Toronto probably represents the best chance for that. Gosman, Bieber, the kid, Savage. I think they keep Toronto in games. I don't know about Toronto's bullpen. It's okay, but Toronto should be able to hit, right? Milwaukee was held
okay.
What's that?
Dodgers, they kind of scratch each other.
It's getting a little better, and unfortunately for all of us who hate them, I feel like it's gotten a lot better recently. We'll see. We'll break it down a little later in the week. I hopefully the layoff will, have an effect on the Dodgers being off for 7-8 days, and maybe they can't get their mojo back.
So sad about this whole World Series.
Yeah, you do.
You sound like you are just defeated, and it's over.
That's realistic, Tony. Realistic. I mean, I'm seeing I'm looking at the odds too. The odds are -215.
When have you been an odds guy?
I know. He always tells me not to look at the odds.
I'm an odds guy today, guys, because
when it fits your narrative.
Well, number one, it fits my narrative. Number two, wait till we get to the Daily Gambit and we run down how I did in my picks last night.
I know I didn't do well.
That's another aside, though, that we'll get to a little later.
Carlos Hernandez's name has entered the chat in terms of
we should remind all the more current Padre fans who that is.
Well, that is one of your Spanish broadcasters.
That's where that is now.
Indeed, and former Padre catcher, 1998.
He was the catcher in 1998. Sure,
has entered the chat. An article with Dennis Lynn today hit, and this is something that he's interested in. I'm not sure.
You're saying manager. We haven't said that he's looking at the manager.
Did I say that?
You said he entered the chat.
He entered the chat of the managerial job. He's an article with Dennis Lynn. He kind of made that known. He's had some managerial experience in Mexico and in Venezuela, I believe. And so, he's currently been with the Padres as a broadcaster for quite some time.
Certainly knows the team. He knows the organization. I will say this about Carlos Hernandez. On a day in which the Angels did name their new manager, Kurt Suzuki, what do those two guys, Kurt Suzuki and Carlos Hernandez, have in common? They have in common what a lot of good managers do, and that is that they're catchers. Yeah. Bochy, catcher. I mean, you've seen it a lot, man. Catcher's a position where I think you're more of a coach on the field than probably any other player. So, I think the Padres, we talked about it when this first happened and Mike Schilt announced his retirement, that the next couple of months are probably going to be filled with, hey, there's this name. Hey, there's that name. Oh, this guy's coming in. That guy's coming in. We're going to think a bunch of different things. I don't think the Padres are going to be doing anything or making any decisions until they've checked all the boxes and looked. I think they're going to try to look at everything. I think they owe it to themselves to do that.
Yeah, they have reportedly their first interview tomorrow, right? Wednesday.
Pujols is rumored tomorrow.
And
yeah,
I'm sure names will start trickling in more and more as we go. But Carlos Hernandez is the new name that has been kind of thrown into the mix. Whether that's official on the Padres side yet, I think we'll wait to find out on that. All right, let's get to break. When we come back, Padres losing some key pieces in their scouting department as well. We'll get into that.
What was that all about? Did I honestly see somebody leave the Padres organization to join Dick Monfort? Wow.
Yeah, it's indeed something we're going to talk about. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Chris Ello here.
Things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Skraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
These things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Skraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch.
So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Scrape. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
These things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Skraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
We are underway. Happy Tuesday, opening day of the NBA, among other things.
Let's
today.
get it. Let's get it.
Yay!
Yeah, I know. You and I
Don't
are
do
fired
your
up.
antagonizing. Yeah.
Well,
we get it. You don't like basketball.
I will pay attention to
You
basketball.
should watch tonight, Scraby. LeBron will not be in the lineup, so there you go. You
Oh,
can enjoy
I
the
wish
game
he
a little
was,
bit more.
because I want to see what Russell Westbrook went in on him, saying how fake he was.
Russell Westbrook did not go in on him. That is reportedly what Russell Westbrook said. I didn't see any actual quotes.
I thought the book was about him.
Are we?
I don't know that he is writing the book.
Don't say
right?
we're talking about fake news. I don't want to hear.
No,
that.
we're not talking about fake news, but
Okay.
there have been
There's
rumors
some
passed
excerpts,
along.
yeah,
that,
out of
like,
the book.
Will Smith came to Lakers practice and Russell Westbrook was on the team, and LeBron and Anthony Davis left. And Russell Westbrook was like, why do they get to leave?
They
But
said
I
LeBron-
can't leave.
They said LeBron said, "Y'all got this."
Yeah, y'all got this. And then Darvin Ham had to go like grovel to get LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Skraby's adding his own words. Grovel was not in the text.
But Darvin Ham did have to go track him
he had
down.
to go be a coach. Like, hey, y'all got to come back in.
And then LeBron acted like him and Will Smith were best friends. And Russell Westbrook turned to someone reportedly and said, I just can't with the fake stuff, man.
All right.
There's your
Like I said, I can't wait for the
play-by-play.
NBA season. More revelry like that coming up starting tonight in the NBA. We'll get to that a little later. It's a big day for the red and black here on the program. We're going to talk Aztec football. I believe that interview has been moved. Tony had mentioned 2:40. We're going to actually do that at 3:40. And then we're going to have the Aztec basketball coming on a little later as well. So we got two Aztecs, football and hoops. We got a fantabulous sports game show coming up as well. Couple of notes on the World Series. Tony, you mentioned it. The Blue Jays are 2-0 in the World Series. I think they're the only team that has ever won multiple World Series without losing a single World Series. We'll see if they can make it three. 1992 and 3 were the two times. Skraby, you were around for that, right? 30 years ago.
Oh, 92, 93. I was 7.
Do you remember anything? I mean, most people remember the Joe Carter.
That's
home
what I
run
remember.
To end the second one. The first World Series, if I'm not, they played the Braves, and again, the Braves were big favorites because that was that era of the Braves. And I just remember in Game 6, the Blue Jays were holding a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 9th, and tying run was at third with 2 outs. And Otis Nixon, remember that name?
Yes,
Tony?
I do.
Speedy center fielder for the Braves, tried a drag bunt to bring in the tying run in the last thing of the World Series, and Toronto defended it and threw him out at first base, and they won their first World Series, and then they won their second one on the Joe Carter
heads popping off right now.
Yeah, I don't think Mike Schilt.
Oh my God, he to the butt of the world.
I don't think Mike Schilt was there, was responsible for that one, but
lost their mind.
Yeah, and look, for Seattle, it's a hang with them. I mean, we know all about this, Seattle. I mean, heaven's sakes, we've not won anything. Maybe the SDFC is going to change that for us here in the next month or so. But
yeah, they are.
We feel the pain. But look, Seattle, you did get the Seahawks when you won championship. I believe the Supersonics won one way back when, but at least Seattle's won something. But they are still the only baseball franchise never to go to the World Series.
Couple things on the Mariners. I thought Kyle Riley's interview afterwards was like as authentic as it gets.
Wouldn't expect anything different.
No, you have that.
Yes, let me just get it up on the screen because you have to see his face.
Yes. I mean, for you bozos that like to say that these players don't care, there's two examples of that not being true after that game last night. You have Kyle Riley and then you have, it's actually, I think, Brian Wu that's being interviewed.
Yeah, his look was amazing.
And it was reported as Julio Rodriguez, who made the last out of that game. Having this blood curling scream.
How about we play that after we play Kyle Riley?
Let's play it off.
Clearly, this is a very emotional time for you and everyone else. Just what's going through your mind right now?
Just thinking about what we could have done better. You look back a lot of points in the game, and where you could have taken advantage of, or even the series, and so just disappointed. Yeah.
You were waiting in the on-deck circle or in the hole, and I saw you kind of just putting your head down, kind of looking up a little bit. What were you thinking as you were just waiting, just a couple batters away, waiting for your chance?
Yeah, I was just getting ready, like every other at bat, trying to slow it down, calm the breath. So, like another at bat, trying to lock in on what I needed to do.
That's going to take some time to digest this one, but when you look back at the season as a whole, what are your thoughts on just what this team was able to accomplish to get to this point?
I'm super proud of these guys. It was a great team effort. Love every guy in this room, but ultimately it's not what we wanted, and it's I hate to use the word failure, but it's a failure, and that's what we expected, was to get to a World Series, win a World Series, and that's what the bar is and the standard is, and it's what we want to hold ourselves accountable to. But
it's okay to say that, by the way. Remember, it was all kind of caught up. I think it was after Milwaukee lost their game, and the Bucks in the NBA, they were asking Giannis about it, and it was like, are you a failure or is this a failure? And we kind of got caught up in the person versus the team effort. But as you just heard Kyle Riley say, he felt like it was a failure because that was what they expected. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying that.
Yeah. First of all, Cal Raleigh himself has nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
He was there, man. He clutched. He came up with every big home run. I thought they won game 1 because of his home run that turned the game around. I thought they won game 5 because of his tying home run. And they almost won game 7 because of another home run he hit. So Cal Raleigh himself finished up one of the greatest seasons in baseball history. Secondly, I know the pain is immense if you were a Mariner and a diehard fan, but he said, what's going through my mind right now is thinking back of everything we could have done better. I think what he's going to come to the conclusion of, there wasn't really a whole lot they could have done better.
Wasn't.
They played great ball. Sure, they made an error here or there, but they played great ball. Toronto played great ball. Toronto won series in 7 great games.
They didn't give
and
them
there
that
was
game.
Right. There was nothing that the Mariners have to take into the offseason with them and go, oh man,
Yeah.
they didn't do anything wrong. They lost the game. That's what I love about when sports comes down to 2 either individuals or teams just both playing great. I at least can sit back and enjoy that.
Yeah.
And that's what that was to me.
That was a series to enjoy. Now,
do you want to hear Julio Rodriguez?
Yeah, let's hear this, because this is just another example of how much that loss hurt.
Having gone as further than any other team in franchise history.
That was like a horror movie.
Wait, run that back. Listen to the question.
The question was to another player.
Was to
Brian Wu.
It was to Brian Wu.
Yes.
And Brian Wu answers the question pointing out what just happened. Play that whole thing.
Having gone as further than any other team in franchise history.
Legacy is.
Yeah, so
It was a legacy question that got cut off there, but that was Julio Rodriguez reportedly doing the yelling there.
It was interesting that the Mariners lost Game 6, and after Game 6, they talked a lot about the fact that they got caught up between Game 5 and 6. They got caught up in all of the hoopla that was these guys trying to be responsible for 48 years of the franchise not making the World Series. And they all felt like that was on our mind for Game 6, and we didn't really get to play our game. This whole notion, these guys don't care, they make too much money, when it gets down to stuff like this, it's laid bare. It's absolutely laid bare there. And, this is what, we love about being a fan. It was why we tune into these games. We don't know the outcome. We don't know how the outcome is going to be reached. And we also know that there's going to be half the people, at least, that are going to be really, really disappointed.
Yeah.
And that emotion is part of what draws us to this.
They made a point on Monday Night Football to show some of the faces as the kind of words started to
circulate through that
the Mariners
stadium.
had lost that game.
I remember the time when the Padres clinched and they were playing the White Sox, and at some point through the Padres-White Sox game, everybody started cheering, and the White Sox players like, what is happening?
Who did we have on the show that was a former White Sox at that time? He was in camp with us.
Oh, you're right.
He was saying how weird it was. They were winning the game, and everybody started kind of getting up and clapping.
You're right. I can't remember who it was.
It was outfielder.
Oh, he was
it
Adam Engel?
Engel.
Yeah.
Because he came to the Padres for just a little bit.
That's right.
I want to pose a question to you guys, but I don't know if we have enough time on the other side with Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show. But
you're going to need all the time. You need
I probably do. I have been seeing people comparing Manny Machado and his leadership to Cal Raleigh and his leadership. And Tony gave me the look. And I think,
why don't you ask Tony this question? Because I don't want to go there.
We can talk about it on the other side. How about that?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. And Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
Gwynn and Chris.
right before we almost got a clean break, Matt Skraby decides that there is some type of, I'm trying to find a nice way to say this.
Basically, every time somebody gets asked a question about their season being over now, we're going to have to refer to Manny. Apparently.
In town, yes, that's how it's going for some people. I see it a lot more during the Skraby show, and I see it a lot more in like DMs and stuff, but there is a growing I can't even say contingent because I don't know how many people are actually out there feeling this way, but they don't think that Manny's a good enough leader to get them over the top. And so they hear someone like Cal Raleigh, and you're like, that guy
How do
right
they know
there
Cal Raleigh
is a leader.
a good leader?
I don't know.
I'm so interested to know.
I think by the way, way Manny,
there you go.
I think the way Manny answered the question after they got eliminated really rubbed people the wrong way when he was asked about the 2025 season. Now there's like different, it was, some people say, it was the end of the conversation. Anyway, the question was asked, Manny responded the way he did. So people see that and they take Manny as not a good leader.
Move on. So what? He didn't answer the question the way you liked it. So what?
I mean, I'm kind of with you.
Who at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with.
As long as we treat the media nice, apparently, that makes you a good leader.
Right.
I don't want to compare that to what's happening in the political realm. I just not going there.
You just did.
I know.
So
well, I'm just saying, I don't think
you can't help it.
I don't think right. The media is not always treated nice, are they?
No, they're
Okay.
not. It has been that way.
Yes.
I mean,
so that's what I mean.
Just because you don't answer one question the way that, everybody deems you should answer it, does not mean that you're mean. It just means you didn't answer that question after a moment of frustration, or it's just how you want to answer the question.
I've seen the whole thing. Personally, I did not have an issue with the question, as I did not have an issue with the answer either, because he just lost. This season was just over, and it was a longer press conference than we were seeing or media.
Have we, and this is, all right, let's just bottom line this. Have all of us reacted to the exact same thing differently one time as opposed to another time?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Just because, I mean, you might have a bad day at the office and you might be able to talk yourself on the way home into the being, I'm okay. There might be other days you don't quite get there. And then you come home and then the dog comes up and you're like, get out of here.
I would never.
I know you wouldn't.
Get out of here.
I'm trying to give an explanation. I think Manny, he was just upset right there, and that just caught him at that moment. That's all that was.
Talking about
well,
this,
it's been ruminating.
It's been ruminating.
Well,
I do think that people need to let it go at this point.
Yeah, it'd be good to let it go.
Really?
It's been like 3 weeks.
It's like, come on, why are we still talking about this? Stupid.
Yeah, I think people are just upset that the Padres season ended in the way that it did.
Everybody should be upset. Let's not find stupid things like, oh, look how Kyle Riley answered the question. Oh, look how such and such answered the question. They did it
despite the great leadership of Cal Raleigh, their season is also over.
Yeah, so. And you know what? He cried, which was showing weakness. So I can't get behind him.
For some, it's weakness. For some, it's he cares a lot. In the eye of the beholder, I guess.
Let's play the Fantabulous Sports
game.
Let's
play.
Let's do it.
That'll get everybody's mind off of all of this stuff for the moment.
Hey, all you beautiful people out there, it's time to play one of our favorite games of the week.
All right.
We like to call it.
Ooh, I'm gonna go.
Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show. And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. Another round of this Fantabulous Sports Game Show. I think most of you know how this works now. I give the category Tony versus Skraby. Tony normally wins. Every now and again, Skraby wins one of these, and it's a Mardi Gras response. It's either going to be a Mardi Gras for Skraby, or it's going to be kind of the way
it always is.
It's very Jackson Smith and Jigba, celebrating things that you don't really need to celebrate, and I will lump myself in there.
Not quite sure how he got lumped into
I
this.
cannot stand that guy. I
Yes,
cannot
we're aware.
stand him.
Hey,
We
you got
are
an extra
aware.
pen over there, sir?
I don't actually. Chris usually has multiple pens, but you got to make sure to give it back to him.
All right. You don't have to give it back to me.
Okay, you
Pens
don't
are
have to give
easy
it
to
back
find.
to him.
All right, here we go. The category today. There are going to be not that many correct answers today. 14 correct answers.
All right.
But there's going to be 25 points up for grabs. So you're going to need to get to 13 points to win. 2 of the answers are going to be 3-pointers.
Ooh.
7 of the answers are going to be 2-pointers. And 5 of the answers will be 1-pointers. So I think you're going to get all the answers here. I think your job is to try to get as many points as possible with each guess. The category is World Series losing teams this century. All right, teams that have lost the World Series since the 2000 year, the World Series in 2000. There have been 25 World Series played to this point. So that's why there's 25 points at hand. And if you guess a team that has lost more than one, you will get the requisite number of points. Everybody got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Skraby, you want to go first, or do you want to pass to Tony Gwynn Jr. here?
You know what's kind of crazy is that for the Skraby show tonight, I went through postseason history with most of the teams that have been relevant.
You got some good answers there.
I got a couple, I think.
You think you can win this one, maybe?
Yeah, I think I should go with the to start, I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
Dodgers have lost 2 World Series this century. 2017 to the Astros, although the Dodgers wouldn't admit to that. And also the next year, 2018, they lost to the Red Sox. So Skraby leads 2-0. And that is how this one will work. There are 13 correct answers left. Tony Gwynn Jr., give me a World Series losing team this century.
The Yankees.
Yankees have lost 3, and that's how that works. Tony goes into the lead 3 points to 2. The Yankees lost to the Diamondbacks in 2001 on the famous walk-off by Luis Gonzalez. They lost to the Marlins. Everybody remember that in 2003?
Yes, 03, yep.
And then the Dodgers last year. So the Yankees is a 3-pointer. Tony leads 3-2. Skraby, your turn. 12 correct answers left.
I'm going to go with the Astros.
That's the other 3-pointer. Good job by you, Skraby. They lost 3 this century. Interestingly, they lost 1 as a National League team to the White Sox in 2005.
Yes, they did.
And then they lost as American League to the Steven Strasburg-led Nationals in 19 and Adam Klug's Braves in 21. All right, so Skraby's got a 5-3 lead.
Wow.
Tony, you're up. All the 3-pointers, both 3-pointers are gone. Tony Gwynn Jr., losing World Series teams this century.
The Mets.
The Mets, that is a 2-pointer. Ties it up at 5. Do you know the 2 they lost?
They lost to the Yankees.
In 0-0. Yes, an ot. They lost to the Yankees.
They lost to
Eric
Royals.
Hosmer and company, yes, and 15. The ot World Series, I don't remember one play from that whole World Series. You might remember it as well.
What is an ot World Series?
Ot was the year 0-0.
Oh. Huh?
Yeah, like ot 4 is 0-4. You haven't heard that?
I've never heard that before.
Okay. The only play I remember from that 0-0 World Series was Mike Piazza shattering his bat, half of it floating into the hands of Roger Clemens, who picked it up and then threw it at him.
Was that in the World Series?
Yeah,
it was in the World Series. Yeah.
Roger
You're
Clemens like having probably a steroid explosion there. What else could that have been? Who reacts that way? All right, 5-5. We got 10 answers left, and we're tied up. Skraby might win this one today. I don't know. He seems to be on point here. Got to get 13 points to win.
So everybody else is a 1-pointer?
No. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 2-pointers and 5 1-pointers left.
All right, I am going to go with the Phillies.
Phillies, is that a 1 or a 2-pointer, do you think, Skraby?
I know at least a 1.
All right, well, it's a 2. They lost to the Astros a couple years ago. They also fell to the Hideki Matsui-led Yankees in 2009. So Skraby takes a 7-5 lead with a 2-point answer. Tony Gwynn, 4 2-pointers, 5 1-pointers remain.
The Rays.
Tampa Bay
Oh,
Rays
that's
will
a-
tie it right back up. Well
Didn't even
done,
think about that.
Tony. 7-7. Rays fell in 08 to the Phillies. And all I remember about that World Series is that it rained like every day and every night for like a week.
Yes, it did.
And I think they had to play the last game in two
Philly.
different parts.
Yeah. No, I think they had to play
4 innings and came back, played 5 innings. It was weird. Rays also lost the COVID series, of course, Blake Snell's moment to the Dodgers. All right, so 3 correct answers each and 7 points apiece. And there are 3 2-point answers left. Skraby, your turn.
The 2-pointer is tricky, but I'm going to go Tigers.
Tigers, all right, that is a 2-pointer. You did it. 06, they fell to the Cardinals. And I'm sure you remember Skraby in 12, they fell to your Gigantes.
Pablo Sandoval hit 3 home runs in game 1.
All right.
Off of Justin Verlander.
Very good recollection of that.
Yeah, there's not much I remember from those years, but
you remember that.
I do.
That
I remember
stands out.
sitting in the bar watching Pablo
Among the
Sandoval doing that.
Yeah, be out the fog. You recall that.
Yes.
All right, 4-3, Skraby, and in points, 9-7, Skraby. 2 2-pointers left. Tony. Losing World Series teams this century is the category today. There's 7 correct answers left. 2 of the squads lost twice. The other 5 are all worth 1 point. Tony's down by 2. A little pressure here as he tries to come up with another one. He's taking a moment to sort it out, which he's allowed to do as a 7 or 8 time defending
I'm just going to
champion.
go with what I know. We'll go Royals.
Royals. That's a 1-pointer. They fell in 14 to the Giants. Bumgarner got the last out. Sal Perez with the tying run at third. And then wasn't that who's that left field? Alex Gordon hit a triple, and remember they thought they should have tried to wave him in maybe.
He would have been out by a mile.
But
Don't tell that to those people.
He ended up staying at third because the next guy got out. All right, 4-4, and Skraby's got a 9-8 lead now. Little bit of an edge here, Skrabe. Your pick.
I'm hoping.
He
Was
starts
this a
to
multiple
year?
year?
To get into the
I know they lost at least one, but I'm not sure if it was a multiple year, so I'm gonna go Rockies.
Rockies lost 1. The only time they ever got there, 07, to the Red Sox. Now, and I will say this: the Rockies, as bad of a franchise as they are, that was their one hot moment in time.
Yeah,
and if you recall, they not only beat the Padres on the famous holiday play where they didn't really beat them, but they won 21 of 22 games and then sat for 9 days while the Red Sox were finishing off their end of the playoffs on the other side. And the Rockies were then promptly swept. I think the Red Sox were better, don't get me wrong, but it was a time where momentum was seemingly halted. All right, 5-4, Skraby, and 10-8. Skraby, but there's still 2 2-pointers remaining, 3 1-pointers remaining. Tony could certainly use one of the 2-pointers here to tie it back up. No strikes either way.
We'll go Cardinals.
Cardinals will tie it up. Tony's got it. And both of their World Series losses this century were to the aforementioned Red Sox. In 04, that was the year Red Sox officially ended the curse. And then in 13, they beat them again. So 10-10, and it's come down to this. There is 1 2-pointer left.
I think I got it.
And there are 3 1-pointers left. Skraby is going first, which today really seems to be an advantage. See if he can do it.
It's one of my earliest written ones on here. I've been holding this, hoping that Tony did not take it.
Yeah, right.
Seriously.
We don't believe you.
Rangers lost back-to-back.
Rangers did lose back-to-back, 2010 to the Giants and 11 to the Cardinals. And so Skraby's on the doorstep with a 12-10 lead.
Wow.
And there's only 3 1-pointers left. It's not looking great for Tony Gwynn Jr. fans right now. Although Skraby has choked away similar chances in the past. Can he do it again? In the meantime, Tony, you got to get a World Series loser this century.
The Guardians.
Guardians is right. They fell to the Cubs in 2016. And that sets it up for you to win the Fantabulous Sports Game Show today. Skraby, if you can name one of the other two teams to lose a World Series this century, and I think you can.
Should I name both of them?
Wow.
Should I name both of them?
Whoa. You know, and the guy wins. He's, you know, this is Jackson Smith and Jigba, actually. He's actually winning, and
he's projecting.
And
he's
everybody
projecting.
getting mad about
that I'm
that
similar
too.
to Jackson Smith
a little
and
bit.
Jigba?
I mean, I'm just saying the way
Yeah,
you're
this
handling
would be,
this is very Smith and Jigba of you.
All right, go ahead and rub it in, Skraby.
Get it,
I'm going to
Skraby.
go with the Diamondbacks
All right, yeah, that is correct. They're the one.
and the 03 Giants.
Yeah, incorrect. That was the 02 Giants.
02 Giants.
But yes, Skraby wins the Fantabulous Sports Game Show today. And finally, for once, your pregame research was in the right area. Yes,
it came into play.
Came into play. You did not miss a single one. Neither of you missed one. You guys got them all.
That was pretty good.
All 25 years
I'm just
of World
happy.
Series losses.
I'm just happy I won a baseball category. I think this might be the first baseball category I've ever won.
Well, the overall totals now are Tony Gwynn Jr. 100. Matt Skraby has won like 6, and now Jackson Smith and Jigba wins his first in the Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
Brandon said Skraby is 1-0 in girlfriend era.
Hey, that's a great point.
Another
That is a
country
great
heard
point.
from
Great
there.
point.
That is a great point. I'm not going to give her the credit, though, so I'm going to take it all for myself.
It's a bad idea.
Way to go, Jackson.
We got some time.
Yes, we
remaining.
do.
Yeah,
So-
that was a quick one today. It actually, even though you won, Skraby, I don't find that to be a classic category because it's almost
I don't
too easy for you
Here,
guys.
Chris.
I know you don't. I care. I like when you guys have to sweat a little bit, but that's okay. Today's category. We'll have another one next week. So,
All right. Well, we also have a new segment for the end of the show. I'm going to count out how many reads are missed. Chris has missed one. Tony has missed one. So I will read that for you. This hour.
Time out.
Yeah.
Time out.
well, you
Time
can't
out.
say
Time
that
out.
we've missed one on the.
I have not missed one yet. We moved our interview.
But it needs to be read every hour.
I did know that.
All right, Tony, I get an idea.
Wait, hold on, Chris. This
You're
hour
right.
is brought to you by Toyota of
don't hold
Poway.
on. I want both of us to read our spots at the same time.
No, that's not what they're paying for.
I'm just joking. Go ahead, read them.
This hour is brought to you by Toyota of Poway, voted San Diego's #1 Toyota dealer by USA Today, with APRs as low as 0% and tons of new Toyotas on the ground. No tricks, only treats during the Trucktober sales event happening now. Only at Toyota of Poway or online at toyotaofpoway.com in the heart of San Diego.
So officially, you should have waited until the 3. Oh, I guess you have to tell me now.
So you can get it
So I
in for
can
the
get it
hour.
in.
Yeah.
Dang it.
It's all right. It's tied at 1, Tony.
We're
By
0
the
for
time
2
it's
on
over, we'll
reads
both
today.
miss like
We're
6
0 for
reads.
2
I'm
on
irritated
reads
because he
today.
told us this was happening and I still missed it. So let me get this out. All guests on 97 through the fan. Join us on the David P. Shapiro fan hotline. David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorney, helping good people regain control of their futures when charged with a crime since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com.
Dang it. We should get this in because we referenced it earlier, but we didn't actually give you the news. We told you the Rockies have taken a potentially important piece away from the Padres scouting department. The Rockies have hired scout Alvin Duran as their new Latin America supervisor and assistant to the director. He was a Dominican Republic coordinator, DR Republic coordinator previously. Duran played an important role in the signings of guys like DeVries, Emmanuel Clase, and Ethan Salas. That's pretty good on his resume. He'll go to the Rockies. I'm a little surprised by that, but we don't know all of the details behind this, other than that he's now a Rocky scout.
No doubt. Let's get to
good luck with that, Alvin. Let me just give you one bit of advice. Make sure the check is good before you start spending the money. You're working for a real swell guy there in Denver.
More Gwynn and
Well, now
Chris.
that his dream has been realized and crushed by Chris
That's
Ello.
right.
More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. Manny, you were the first chip.
There's
Tony, you
much
care
more.
to
Tony, I don't know where
does
Tony
Tony-
went.
because Tony
I see the
normally-
corner of his room.
Oh, well, hopefully he'll be back shortly. Harbaugh,
I'm not sure where he went. I might text him to see if he's okay here in a second.
hope he didn't. Yeah.
Did you think he fell in the shower or
Well, I hope he
something?
didn't meet with foul play.
You think he met with foul play in our commercial break?
I don't know.
I mean, he is in New York City. So.
He's in New York City. It could be, you never know.
All right, we'll just go forward.
We're just going to go forward without Tony. I'm sure he'll rejoin us when he gets a moment.
Everybody stare at that box in the top right corner because it's just the corner of his room.
I'm going to look now. I'm kind of intrigued.
Oh, someone says maybe he's in the bathroom. I don't know.
He's been known to go there, as have all of us, frankly, but him more than most.
Over under, Tony just forgot that he was doing the show.
That's not nice. Yeah, so maybe that's what they're thinking.
You know what just hit me, Chris?
No.
What if Tony went out to get like ice or something and he forgot his room key?
That is something
Very
that
well
he
possible.
is more than capable of doing.
Because he would never be gone this late, this long, with knowing that he was on the show.
No kidding, man. We took a commercial break like 5 minutes ago, and he has not returned.
I'm going to text him.
Like, ask him, are you out in the hall trying to get into your room
Say,
right now?
Everything okay?
Oh, no. This
Question
is
mark.
scaring me. No. Did you hear back from Tony yet?
No, I'm thinking
Something.
I'm thinking he locked himself out. He doesn't have his phone because it's in the room, so he's down at the front desk or something. I
don't know. I'm sure there's a story in here somewhere.
There's
when we get
definitely
him
got to
back on
be
the
a
air.
story. Anyway. I was very concerned about Tony, and I took him off the screen because he's not back. I guarantee you he got locked out of his room.
I don't think you're wrong, because that makes sense. But how far away is the lobby? Of course, the New York hotel, it could be one of those ones where you got to wait a while to get up to the...
And he's just sitting in line. I don't know why I find this so funny, but it is.
Well, it's funny
to
if
me.
it's funny if he comes back with a funny story.
Yeah, like
it's
I locked
not
myself
funny.
out.
It's not funny if he fell and hit his head somewhere
Well,
and we don't know where he is.
Of course,
That's not funny.
Of course, that's not funny.
He's obviously not with his phone because he hasn't gotten back to us.
Has Tony locked himself out before? Not during the show, but I'm sure he has at one point in his life.
Of all people, Tony would certainly seem to be one who would do it.
Oh, August also says, Clinton said, got to use the key card for the elevator too. So maybe he's just stuck.
Can't even get down? No, you don't need the key card to go down.
Okay.
You only need those to go up. You should be able to get down to the lobby to say, hey, I locked myself out in New York City. But if we do, can you go to the Padre Hotel and knock on Tony's door? We don't know where he is still.
No.
Still hasn't come back.
And I turned on
It's been 20 minutes now.
I know. Now I'm starting to get a little worried.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
What
happened?
I don't know. I would call the front desk of the hotel, but I have no idea where they're staying.
I don't know where they're staying either. And when you sent him a text and said, is everything all right? We have not heard back from him. He is still not back in his room.
I bet you he is standing in line in the lobby as we speak.
I'm trying to get his key back.
Someone said text Jesse or Dave, and
it's really not a bad idea. Maybe at the next break, though.
Yes.
If we get to the next break, we got to text those guys so that they can go make sure he's okay. Because I don't know where he is. It's crazy.
Dave Marcus is probably the one to text.
We'll text Dave.
Because he's, Jesse could be doing anything, but Dave's always there ready to go.
You're trying to say Dave has a ho-hum life and he'd just be sitting around waiting for a text, whereas Jesse might be busy? Is that what you're...
I mean, Dave's been doing this job for like 30 years. I don't think the what is the word I'm looking for? Never mind.
All right. Well, there's certainly an explanation, but we don't have it yet.
Text Scan. I don't know Scan well enough to text him.
We're going to text Dave if this gets to the top of the hour, and we still don't have a Tony Gwynn Jr. sighting. All right, do we just go to traffic like it's normal behavior time? I mean, it just seems weird.
We got to move on with the show.
Show must go on?
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, we're going to do the good, the bad, and the really, really weird and ugly next here after traffic. All right, it's with less enthusiasm than usual that we embark on the good, the bad, and the ugly for week 2, Skrabe.
I'm going to try not to worry too much.
I'm going to try not to worry also. I'm not necessarily the worrying type.
I'm not either.
But, I'm intrigued now at this point. Like it's with this long pass to Devontae Smith.
He's back!
Helped put him there.
Hold on, he's back, everybody!
Stop everything.
I literally, we went to commercial break, I laid on the bed, and then I just fell asleep.
He fell! I never even considered it! I never even considered it!
Tony, you care to,
Tony, I don't know where Tony went.
Because Tony
I see the corner of his room.
Oh, well, hopefully he'll be back shortly. Chris, for this Tuesday, welcome back to it. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby. We got our Daily Gambit coming up here shortly. Evidently, everybody's already 0-1 in the Daily Gambit picks today.
Oh, yeah.
Because they selected Tony at minus, what was it, 1,500 to win the Fantabulous Sports Game Show. But that didn't happen today.
So congratulations on pulling the upset on the Fantabulous Game Show. If I was betting money, I would have bet money on Tony and lost, since Tony is normally minus 150 to win.
Yes,
I would say he's like minus
probably a little
200,
than that.
250,
potentially
300
for sure.
Tony says keep going.
But today it was
baseball
Skraby's
categories, especially.
Yes.
Yeah, but Skraby got one today. We'll have another Fantabulous next week. Rob Aurich, Aztec defensive coordinator, coming on at 3:40 this afternoon. We'll talk some San Diego State football. They are back at it Saturday at Fresno State. Aztecs have been tabbed an early 3.5-point favorite, by the way. For that one. And basketball, Jeremiah Oden, the Aztecs' new power forward, transferring in from Wyoming, probably longing for the days of Laramie. We'll have to ask him about that. He comes on in the 4:00 hour today.
Can I hop in here real quick?
Of course.
I don't know if you guys saw my favorite, not you guys' favorite, Russell Wilson. Did you see him clap back at Mr. Sean Payton? Finally said something.
No, what
you
did
didn't
he
see
say?
this? So apparently, Denver Broncos coach Sean Payton was hoping to face former quarterback Russell Wilson when they faced the New York Giants this past Sunday, and he got rookie Jackson Dart instead. That caught Wilson's attention. Apparently, Sean Payton said this out loud, that he was hoping to face him.
Oh.
Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media.
Good. Fair. Nothing wrong. I mean,
I did not expect that.
That deserves to follow Sean Payton forever, honestly.
And Netflix made a movie about his year off and coaching kids and made it seem like it was this great thing. But no, he said to go after people's heads.
Was what Sean Payton did with that bounty gate, which that's bad. Yeah. Honestly, trying honestly to injure other athletes. Was that any worse, or was it worse than what Gruden was basically booted for? Now his was a racially tinged rant that was picked up without his knowledge.
Right. It kind of got
behind the scenes
that
got out
lawsuit.
Right. Thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he did get drawn into that, and his emails were subpoenaed,
right.
And then it found out a whole bunch more.
So that was the end for Gruden. But I mean, I asked you guys yesterday. I mean, if you thought the Dolphins could bring in John Gruden at this point, and would the backlash be insurmountable?
No.
I don't know that it would be now that you bring this up about Sean Payton. I mean, somehow that's survived.
Yeah,
and he's also not. He hasn't just survived that. He's basically being back to genius status now. That he's got the Broncos at 5-2.
You're right.
So we'll see what happens. I honestly, I think I'd have to make that deal. Because I certainly don't agree with anything Gruden said.
I mean, listen, I don't think it'll be forgotten. In a moment like this, someone can bring it back up, and it, as you said, would be fair game. But
but if the Dolphins are in such a desperate situation right now, you'd almost have to Gruden.
Although I wonder if
mover.
I wonder if the NFL would
That's what I'm saying. Would they even clap back on it?
Well, no, I'm saying I wonder if they would want him to drop the lawsuit that he's involved in if he wants to get back in the league.
Did Brian Flores still coach? While he was
Brian
suing,
Flores
right?
is still
That's
coaching.
true. That's
He's
true.
suing. Yeah, Dolphins love coaches that sue the league, so I don't see any problem with that. All right,
Although Flores didn't sue until after.
Right. All right. We did have NFL last night. I think we've talked about it much, but we will recap those two games in today's Daily Gambit.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly.
Real quick, Skraby goes through the results of these. I want everybody to play close attention.
Okay. Real quick, remember Bill Belichick was the one who tipped off Brian Flores to everything because Bill congratulated Brian Flores over a text and then remembered, oh, wait, I texted the wrong Brian. I meant to text Dable.
Right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's how Brian Flores
That's
figured
how
that all out.
began.
All right, Blue Jays -1.5 last night against the Mariners. You guys chose Seattle. I chose Toronto.
What do you think Bill's initial reaction thought was after he realized?
I don't know because I've texted the wrong person before, and it's heart dropping.
Probably something to do with like, Jordan's going to be mad at me.
Blue Jays win 4-3. You guys win the bet. Over under 7.5 runs in the game. Chris and Tony went under. I went over. They combined for 7. Justin Bieber. I did it now. Chris did it the other day. Now I did it. Shane Bieber. Most Ks between he and George Kirby, but Shane Bieber was -1. He ended up with 5 minus that 1, so he had 4, and Kirby had 3. Chris and I chose Bieber. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say.
What?
I don't know. My
Just seem to have trouble with
my
that,
brain
but-
just malfunctioned. I don't know what happened. Total bases in the game. Vlad Jr. Who had more, Vlad Jr. or the Dumper? Tony and I went with Vlad. Chris went with Dumper. Dumper had a homer, so 4-1 or 4 bases to 1 base. So Chris wins that one. Lions -5.5 over the Bucks. We all chose Lions. Lions win 24-9. We all win that bet.
Do you want to do a little update on my record at this point?
Yeah, he's undefeated, right?
5-0. Go ahead.
I've got 1 loss, right? I believe at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
Over under 54.5 total points in this game. You guys went under. I went over. It was only 33 points. Then Seahawks Texans. Seahawks -3. We all went Seahawks. Seahawks won by 8.
What does that make me? 7-0. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I have
buddy.
like a record for 2 weeks standing. It's one day.
Keep it going, buddy.
More receiving yards. Amon-Ra, St. Brown, or JSN. You guys chose JSN. It was JSN. He had 123. And then finally, Carolina at Las
Dang
Vegas.
it.
-1.5. Chris went Vegas. Tony and I went Canes. And Vegas won 4-1.
Final record?
9-0.
Yeah. The thing is, Skraby thinks that this is like we're not paying attention to him. No, you did great the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
you got
you're
credit
good.
for it.
Yeah.
I did good last night. I
want some credit,
taking
buddy.
some credit for it.
Get some credit. Get
That's
some
all.
Put
credit,
a couple
buddy.
days together and then we'll
Oh,
talk.
listen to you.
I really, honestly,
Notoriously bad better over here.
I'm not even trying for any angle here, but you go 9-0 on picking against the spread. That's ridiculous. I wish I really, had the guts to bet on some of that. I don't know what it would have paid out. Here we go tonight. The NBA season debuts, and the defending chumps OKC at home.
Defending chumps?
Yes, 6.5 over Houston. I'll start with me today since I had the good night last night. I will take Houston plus 6.5. Teams notoriously struggle on the night they raise the banner. I don't know why, but it seems to be the case. Tony? How about you? Thunder -6.5.
Give me Houston.
Houston as
Houston.
well. All right. It's great.
I'll go Houston.
All going Houston.
Houston, huh?
Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers. I believe there's an NBA bylaw out that says these teams have to open the season against
the
each
Lakers
other.
are definitely in the bylaw. I don't know about Golden State,
but doesn't it seem like they always play
Yes.
the Golden State the first game? Tony, you're up. I'm sure you're going to take the Lakers
you
at
know,
home.
You know what it is.
You're getting 2.5 points. The Warriors are actually favored here. Skraby. Warriors minus 2.5 on the road with obviously LeBron out. Probably why this spread is what it is.
I will give it to him. Sciatica is very painful. It's also like an older person injury.
He's an older person.
Not that old anymore, man. Those sciaticas can get you.
Yeah, it can. I'm going to go with the Warriors.
GSW. Yeah. I'm going to take the Lakers. Feel like Austin Reeves going to come up big tonight. And Luka, is it the new and improved in shape Luka? I haven't really seen him yet. I've heard about it.
New and improved, but it's the in shape.
In shape Luka. We'll see. 226.5 points for this game. 226.5. Over under Skraby. Warriors Lakers. We're looking at 114 to 113.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's tough in the first game of the season.
Begin to think. I'm going to go under just because they're rusty.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, under sounds good. 226.5. That's a high scoring game for the first game.
For the first one, yeah. Under.
Tony, under there. All right. We have two different games, but it's SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, minus 1 point versus Luka Doncic. Is it
Doncic?
Is it Doncic?
It's Doncic.
Doncic. SGA. -1. I'll take SGA. Leading scorer in the league. Luka was second, though, wasn't he? Tony, Luka. Luka getting a point. It's great.
I'll go Luka as well.
Luka. Steph Curry, 4.5 3-pointers in the season opener. Tony, 4.5 over under. Over for Steph.
3-pointers made or 3-pointers attempted?
Made. Oh, yeah, no made.
He's definitely,
He tries 4.5 before he gets out of the warm-ups.
Yeah, Steph's just going to throw it up tonight. Over.
All right, I'll go under. Been riding a hot streak. Who knows? One more in this game. Luka, 47.5. Points plus rebounds plus assists. 48.5 Skraby. 47.5 Skraby. Over.
Luka seems like he is a triple-double flirting machine.
I would think he is. I mean, pretty much everything runs through him, doesn't it? Now that LeBron's not there.
Tony's doing his Euro steps over here.
You're going all over.
I love how your camera moves with you.
Tony, you're a good NBA historian. Who's the first Euro step guy? Would it be the Spurs guy?
Ricky Rubio?
No, you know
Mano,
I'm talking about Manu Ginobili. Yeah, was he the first Euro stepper?
No, he wasn't. Elgin Baylor was Euro stepping.
Elgin Baylor before Europe was even a country.
Back in the Elgin Baylor. Go look at some film. Actually, Kobe pointed this out in one of his.
Did he really?
In one of his details, he was talking
and
about.
he got away with it. Like the refs were with it.
They saw it as 2 steps.
All right. Elgin, good for him. All right.
Wait, did you guys bet on this?
We all took over,
okay.
Luka.
Right.
There. Win college football tonight. We have, I'm not sure what conference. Skraby can look this up. Kennesaw State Owls, -3 against Florida International. At Florida International. So the Owls are going to try and win on the road. They're not going to do it. FIU +3 for me. Tony, don't know much about these squads, of course.
I don't either. FIU.
Skraby, you want a contrarian one?
I'm trying to figure out what kind of Asian we're watching tonight, but it looks like
Sunbelt Asian, maybe?
No, it looks like
not Sunbelt.
FCS Independent.
No. This is Division I. Kennesaw State, Florida International.
Oh, there it is. The Atlantic Sun Conference.
No. You're looking in basketball. Wrong deal.
It says Owls football right here.
No, you're not looking in the right place. I'm not trying to get you here, but go to the Division I football standings.
I'm looking at the football. Oh, I didn't go to the standings. I'm on their Wikipedia page.
With, Kennesaw State. This is taking some work, I will tell you, to
Big
find
South?
this for everybody. Conference USA. Kennesaw State Owls are 2-0. FIU is 1-1. This is Conference USA-tion. Go ahead, Scrabe.
Kennesaw's, after all of that,
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm going to go with the Owls.
Kennesaw State. All right. One more. Hockey. Ducks are at Nashville tonight. Kings are at St. Louis.
You know what I'm
Which team scores more? Tony? Gonna jinx the Kings
the
again?
opposite team of the Kings.
Oh, you're going Ducks.
Yes.
Okay. Ducks score more. Scraby?
Kings.
I saw the Blues give up 8 in a game last week, so I'll take the Kings.
Yeah, Conference USA for sure.
It is Conference USA tonight. Yeah. Kennesaw State, the Owls. All right.
Wow. I just knew none of those teams were in the Conference USA. That is crazy.
No.
Yeah, there's Delaware's in there now.
Delaware.
And Sam Houston, and they got some big name teams there. I'll tell you. All right.
Teams there.
There's one. Now, since we're on Conference USA, I wanted to put this note in. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was very cool. I know we got to go to break. But UAB football fired Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, I did see this.
And they brought in, as an interim, I don't know his first name, but Chris Mortensen's son. Mortensen, the great ESPN guy. And they were 30 or something point underdogs. And he won.
He won his first
That
game.
was awesome.
Yeah.
And people were kind of saluting that on Twitter all weekend. So good for him. All right, we got to take a break. Gwynn and Chris, after traffic, returns.
From the 855, get
I actually got in trouble once when I worked at the bank for looking up a celebrity, and it was totally wrong on my part. Totally wrong.
Looking up their account number?
Just I searched their name in the account system, and
Scraby, what is wrong with you?
I was like 19.
You'd be better off.
You would be better.
You'd be better off admitting that you wore your underwear inside out. Frankly,
This guy is just searching up people's accounts.
It only happened that one time because I got caught.
How did you get caught?
The account was flagged, and anybody taking a look at it gets logged, and so I got called into the boss's office like 3 days
What
later.
did that come? I'm sorry, I gotta ask, but nobody's supposed to be doing this preview. What did that conversation? How did it go?
Well,
why were you looking up Paris Hilton? Is that who it was?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh my goodness.
I can neither confirm. That's really funny, Chris, that you just yelled out that name out of all names.
No.
But I walked in, I got called into the office, and I sat down,
gosh.
and all my boss, I loved her. She was great. Her name was Sharon. Amazing boss. She just slid the piece of paper in front of me.
You knew
said,
what time
"Did you
it was."
visit this account?" And I looked. Yeah. She was like, "We're going to have to write you up for this. And if you do it again, we're going to have to fire you." And I said, "I'll never do it again." And I got out of there as soon as possible. I took everything, but it was not good. Not good.
Just curiosity, huh? He's like, I wonder how much they have in their account.
Yeah. I mean, before I got caught, I did look up athletes. And,
Oh my God! I'm so glad you're sitting in this seat now.
Yes, I'm so happy you're not doing any
bank.
job that can be dangerous to people's futures.
this was in the first year that I was there. I learned my lesson
As
thoroughly.
Chris, as I said, as soon as they walked in, there was like,
Yeah,
that's
that
our
window.
guy right there.
That's our window.
We're gonna take him down.
Yep.
Just lucky I didn't get caught for like. I can't even say. I'll tell you guys off break whose account I saw
It's
and how
diabolical.
much money they had sitting in their checking account.
And this was how long ago, too, by the way?
Ooh, 2009, 10. Way before I became a good person.
Didn't Bank America end up getting in trouble, or was that? It was one of those banks got in trouble.
all of them get in trouble
Yeah.
for selling information, but
I heard folks like you.
I wasn't selling any information. I was just wanting to see what was going
Just
on.
curious.
I didn't check their account activity,
You
which I
just
could
check-
have been like, oh, they bought this here. I'm going to go up there. I'm not that creepy.
Well, that's stock.
Oh yeah, you're not that bad.
I'm not that creepy.
This is amazing, by the way. We're supposed to be doing.
How are we supposed to do baseball picks under
I
these
don't think we can
circumstances?
anymore. I think we gotta push it. You guys never did it? Well, I mean,
No, Scraby, we didn't. We didn't do it.
Really?
okay.
Like you work at a bank, you're looking at people's account information? That's unbelievable.
It only happened for a little bit, and then I got in
Only
trouble.
for a little bit.
I can't stop laughing at this because it is quite hilarious, Scraby.
But you were saying that I may have gotten robbed or whatever. I actually did get robbed when I worked in San Francisco, and they're called quick change artists.
How long did you work in the banking industry?
8 years. I was a teller supervisor when I finished. I was also the merchant teller, which took in around $150,000 in cash a day. Guess what? Always balanced at the end of the day.
Yeah, I bet.
But there was a guy who walked in. He had about $5,000 in hundreds, and he handed it to me. He said, "Can I get 50s for these?" And I said, it's pretty annoying that he wants
$5,000 in hundreds.
In hundreds, and he wanted $5,000 in 50s. He just wanted 50s instead of hundreds. So I had to go get it from the vault. I come back. I'm starting to count it out, and then he's like starting to ask me questions as I'm counting it out.
He's trying to
and then
what did I tell you, Chris? This is what I'm talking about.
That window right there.
Hey, this guy was so good that no one saw it coming. But so when I started getting mad at him because I counted out the 50s, he goes, "What are you doing? I asked for 20s." And I'm like, "What? You did not ask for 20s. You asked for 50s, bro." Yeah. I had to go to the vault to get those 50s. And as I was getting all mad and talking to my boss, he took the cash off the counter and put it into this folder that he had on the thing that
the original 5,000 in hundreds.
Yeah, well, he kept going like that, and then I was so mad, I just grabbed it and I threw it in my drawer. And then he was like, "You know what? I'm out of here." And he walked out. And then at the end of the day, $3,000.
He got an extra 3 on you.
$3,000. Yeah, he got $3,000.
The thing about criminals like that, they can sniff out a mark really easy.
I'm not a mark.
You are 1,000%.
I was actually the bank's
dog. They got you for 3 extra.
And that's the only time in my 8 years that I ever had anything happen like that.
I'm sure there are people who've been there 8 years that never had 0 taken.
Scrap, I got a 20 here. Can I get 5 5s, please?
I hate you guys.
Let's get to
that was one of the worst moments of my life, but you know what? It taught me a lot. Never trust anyone ever again.
You know what? You definitely have learned because you don't trust very many people.
I don't trust anyone
anymore.
I actually got in trouble once when I worked at the bank for looking up a celebrity, and it was totally wrong on my part. Totally wrong.
Looking up their account number?
Just I searched their name in the account system. And
Skraby, what is wrong with you?
I was like 19.
You'd be better off. You'd be better off admitting that you wore your underwear inside out. Frankly,
this guy is just searching up people's accounts.
It only happened that one time because I got caught.
How did you get caught?
The account was flagged, and anybody taking a look at it gets logged. And so I got called into the boss's office like 3 days later.
What did that come? I'm sorry, I gotta ask, but nobody's supposed to be doing this preview. What did that?
What happened there? Did Tony's microphone come apart?
The back end came out.
Aha.
And I wasn't paying attention to where it came from, so I couldn't figure it out. But Skraby helped the boy out. Before we get into our regular topics, we were kind of going back and forth on whether we should talk about this story or not, in part because there was a lot of information coming out. Well, there seems to be enough now, I think, for us to actually talk about it. Doug Martin, former Tampa Bay Buck, for a lot of y'all, a fantasy really good stud, passed away yesterday, or excuse me, might have been the day before that,
Sunday,
the night before that. Yeah. And we kind of came in yesterday during the show, but there was like more information you could tell was still developing, and it sounds like police were called into what was reported as a possible burglary. They encountered Doug Martin. He's having some type of medical episode. They tried to detain him, and there was some type of altercation that took place. As they were trying to detain him, it sounds like he went into cardiac arrest and eventually would pass away. And so
imagine being the police officer or officers trying to detain. We don't know what happened yet, but you're trying to detain a guy and he's resisting. So you're obviously going to be applying some sort of force, right? I would think, to try to get the situation under control. And then he goes into cardiac arrest and he dies.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go that far because we don't even know
that's what happened. 100%.
Exactly happened.
But that's kind of the way it's being read at the moment. I don't know. That's I just it's awful story. It's 36 years old.
Yeah,
it's far too early for anyone to leave us. I'm thinking of the police though who were there. We don't know what happened, so it's too much. But I just imagine being in a situation where you're trying to help or do something that's your job, and something like this happens. You're just going to stay with you forever.
Yeah. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by IHOP. Introducing the IHOP value menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each and every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plate with the $6 IHOP value menu, available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. So don't get your feelings all bent out of shape if the location you end up going to is $1 more. It's normal. Skraby also hit on this a little bit earlier, and we needed to give some context because as Skraby was explaining it, it was from Russell Westbrook. It actually comes from a story written about LeBron, the ups, the highs and lows of LeBron, being LeBron James' teammate. The NBA writer Yaron Weitzman, the book is called A Hollywood Ending: The Dreams and Drama of LeBron Lakers. Documents the various stages of James's tenure in Los Angeles. One of its topics include Westbrook's short time with the Lakers from 2021 through 2023. In an excerpt published by The Ringer on Monday, Weitzman writes about the nine-time All-Star's frustration with James and his perceived fake habits. This, in Westbrook's view, was who LeBron was, and he was done putting up with it. And they highlight a specific.
It's according to the book, not according to Westbrook, right?
Right. This is according to the book, not of Westbrook.
Westbrook isn't saying, I was sick of it.
Right. This is kind of the interpretation of the writer.
Okay.
They highlight this one incident in which Will Smith was brought in for some type of kind of get together for the Lakers. And I think it's also important to kind of paint the picture. Publicly, whenever LeBron was asked about Russ at that time, he would say something along the lines of, let Russ be Russ. And you can start to tell like that was kind of irritating.
That was the
Russ.
go-to for
Right.
LeBron.
It was kind of irritating to Russ because it was pushing a narrative that I don't think Russ was cool with. And
I believe that when LeBron started to say that, my guess is LeBron thought that was just a good way to kind of deflect it. But after a while, I bet you Westbrook thought, this is kind of serving as a bit of a put down on me.
Not only
like,
that,
let me be me is kind of like his way of saying, I don't even want to really discuss it.
Right. And not only that, I think the actions behind the scenes weren't matching up with let Russ be Russ.
Yeah.
It says it reached a breaking point up for Westbrook early in 2022-23. Los Angeles was off to an 0-3 start, and the team had gathered for a film session. General manager Rob Pelinka informed the group that actor Will Smith would be visiting practice facility as a special guest when the session ended. Pelinka was set to bring Smith up to meet the players. James reportedly said, "Y'all got this," and walked out the back door. Anthony Davis soon followed right after him. The team was taken aback, and Westbrook asked if they were all leaving. Guard Patrick Beverly, remember he was there for a quick second, insisted the rest of the team had to stay and they began arguing. Westbrook, who wondered why Davis and James were exempt from the visit. Head coach Darvin Ham eventually left the room and came back with James and Davis. When Smith arrived, James asked numerous questions about his new movie. The actor's visit is documented with a photo posted on Lakers social media in which James is smiling and Westbrook is not. It's that fake bleep, Westbrook later told a teammate. According to Weitzman, I just can't do it.
This is what I have to say to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, Skraby, here's my thing. I am a little bit hesitant to do this in Tony's presence because Tony is such a LeBron fan, and there's a lot of reasons you can be a LeBron fan. He's got to be one of the greatest players who ever played. But there's a lot of crazy things that are starting to make me wonder. I got to be honest with you, Tony. I know I'm not. I feel like I'm going a little rogue Skraby here.
Come on and join me over here.
Yeah, I know you don't like him, but I'm not ready to say I don't like him. But I mean, the whole thing with the decision thing bothered me to a certain extent, and now I don't know. Maybe this just goes with the territory with a player of his nature. I think it does, because Jordan got the same kind of stuff too, and I get it. Because he's going to be at the focal point of everything that happens because of who he is.
As much as I like LeBron, it doesn't mean that this stuff can't necessarily happen. Right. I enjoy what he does on the court. I think he's a great role model for young kids out there, but I don't necessarily, those things can be true, and you can also not have been a good teammate at one point or have had some moments like this. Those things can all be true. So I'm not putting it past LeBron to have had, because I'll be honest, when Russ was there, it never really seemed like they meshed well, right? They just kind of, and it was always left in this kind of like very general kind of way when he talked about Russ, and I get it, they weren't leaving, and I thought Westbrook, to go on with that story, Westbrook was later traded to the Jazz just 4 months later in February.
He on the Jazz? How long did that
I don't
last?
know that he actually played a game there. He was traded.
All right.
That trade ended a turbulent stint with the Lakers. His relationship with James has reportedly never recovered, as he admitted in 2025 earlier this year. He was asked after the game if a reporter asked Russell Westbrook if he gave LeBron James any tips for the Met Gala, and he said, "I haven't talked to Bron in I don't know how long." So, I mean, it's clear that either they just never talked that much, or something happened in that time frame there. Whether it goes down exactly as Mr. Weitzman says it does, I think we'll leave that up for everybody else to kind of figure out.
I already figured it out.
I'm going to say most books there's some clickbait has to be in the book to get people to buy it.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's get to break.
With a grain of salt.
Defensive coordinator Rob Aurich joins us next. Get to talk a little bit Aztecs as they return back from their bye week. Is it Fresno State this week?
Yep.
Yeah.
At Fresno.
Rivalry game, if you will.
Is the oil can still being kicked around?
It still is indeed. Let's get we'll get to break. Talk some Aztec football on the other side. AJ, this season started off amazingly well, and it kind of had to tread water there in the middle part of the season. You go out, you make the moves to improve this ball club. Is this part of what you envisioned when you went out and made those moves?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we played great ball to start the season. Hopefully we start the year and the year playing our best ball of the year. And yeah, I think the deadline, we need to round the club out. So we thought we had a team that could get to this point. Probably, knew we needed some reinforcements. Our baseball ops team did a great job. I think seeing Freddie get the big hit tonight was fun to watch. I think it was all part of the puzzle, honestly, just rounding out the team.
I mean, throughout the course of the season, different things have popped up in terms of what you guys needed to add or what you needed to improve. Talk about this coaching staff, because they seem to pull a lot of things out of guys that hadn't reached the potential that we've seen them reach this year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Gavin Sheets that comes here with the opportunity, talking to Schulte, Victor, Mike McCoy's done an unbelievable job with Gavin. You see guys like, at the end of the day, you look at the bullpen piece, it's David Morgan coming up through the organization, coming right into the mix in the big leagues. Schulte every day, it's every day is to talk about what baseball excellence looks like. It's a teaching class. The group is like, it's a thankless job. They're here at noon every day. They're the last guys to leave. It's a huge part of our success as our coaching staff. And when you can give them talented players and then see those guys achieve and overachieve, that's a testament to the work the staff does every day.
Probably one of the moves that doesn't get talked about enough is you bring Nick Pivetta in kind of last minute. You had to get creative. Just talk about that signing and how big it was for this ball club.
Yeah, it's kind of fitting he's on the mound today in a clinching game because he's been that guy all year long. I think he was a guy throughout the offseason kind of monitoring his market. And with Joe's injury, Musgrove being out, we knew we were a little short on starting pitching side. And, we got to February, and, a guy like Pavetta's still out there, who our R&D teams talked about for the last few years, is a guy that we thought we could take to a different level. And he's become here and been unbelievable, been the ace of the staff. It's great to see him out there.
Can we talk about Manny Machado? I mean, you got to see him reach some career highs this year. This was your first real big signing you brought here, and now for the first time in 19 years, this team is going to back-to-back playoff appearances. This has got to be kind of all coming together. Obviously, there's a big prize at the end that you want to get to, but this has got to feel right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can really go around the room and talk about, thought process and where we're at with trades, free agent signings, but obviously bringing Manny here to San Diego, you're bringing a superstar in the prime of his career in a city where kind of people were used to those superstars going out the other way. You've seen it your whole life. To do it where Manny came in, he was kind of that first piece, that foundational piece. We talked about in Havana Harry's and Coral Gables when we were kind of doing our recruiting pitch, myself and Yaine and Manny, this being the norm. And at that time it was a little bit more of a dream and a vision, but Manny bought in, he wanted to be a part of it. Everybody knows he's the guy here, and he's the one that kind of started this whole thing. And to see him year in, year out.
Sounds like Manny has intercepted AJ.
He has indeed. Last one. AJ, you have introduced a portion of Padre fans to some of the best years of Padre baseball. And as I said, I know there's an ultimate goal, but how do you feel? You've been kind of the one spearheading on it. I know you don't like to talk about yourself, but I think you got to on this one.
I mean, I know Jesse and you talk about these being the golden years. That was the idea. And I think when Peter Ron sat down with our group in 2016, it was, hey, when we get to 2020, we want to be good year in, year out this decade. It's just fun to bring a lot of joy to the fans of San Diego. We have such a good organization, such a good group. It's great to be a part of it. Got some steps to do now. It's like getting in is the start. Now it's all about trying to win that World Series ring and go put a flag here in San Diego.
Dry up. Enjoy yourself, brother. AJ, this season started off amazingly well, and it kind of had to tread water there in the middle part of the season. You go out, you make the moves to improve this ball club. Is this part of what you envisioned when you went out and made those moves?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we play great ball to start the season. Hopefully we start the year and end the year playing our best ball of the year. And yeah, I think the deadline, we need to round the club out. So we thought we had a team that could get to this point. Probably, knew we needed some reinforcements. Our baseball ops team did a great job. I think seeing Freddie get the big hit tonight was fun to watch. I think it was all part of the puzzle, honestly, just rounding out the team.
I mean, throughout the course of the season, different things have popped up in terms of what you guys needed to add or what you needed to improve. Talk about this coaching staff, because they seem to pull a lot of things out of guys that hadn't reached the potential that we've seen them reach this year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Gavin Sheets that comes here with the opportunity, talking to Schulte, Victor, Mike McCoy's done an unbelievable job with Gavin. You see guys like, at the end of the day, you look at the bullpen piece, it's David Morgan coming up through the organization, coming right into the mix in the big leagues. Schulte every day, it's every day to talk about.
On the 97.3 The Fan Hotline, join us via the David P. Shapiro Fan Hotline. That interview with Rob Aurich, San Diego State's defensive coordinator, coming up shortly. David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys, they help good people regain control of their future when charged with a crime. They've been doing it since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com. Rob Aurich shortly. Aztecs at Fresno State Saturday. Aztecs have been tabbed an early 3.5-point favorite. And yes, Tony, Gwynn Jr. and others, your eyes did not deceive you. That was San Diego State's football team getting votes in the top 25 rankings this week. I love to see that. 5-1, but now, this is I love the way it is in college football in this sense. Every time you win one game, the next game there's more on the table.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like you're putting a little more money
More
into the
chips
pot.
are put into the middle.
Yep. I mean, this game against Fresno means more than the last one. And if you win that, then the stakes will be higher the next time. But, that's what, rather be there than playing out the string. And Rob Aurich's defense, by the way, I looked this up, Tony, while we were in the break. 73 points allowed this year, third fewest in all of college football.
Yeah.
That's
they're
not bad.
Their defense is averaging 12 points.
12 points a game. That is fifth best in terms of that. They're 10th in yardage. So they're a top 10 defense in all of college football. They've got 2 shutouts. We know that. And they're going to get a good test here, I'm sure, from Fresno State on Saturday. That is a 12:30 start, by the way, for those of you want to tune in or check it out Saturday afternoon on, I believe it's an FS1 vehicle.
Love it.
All right. Let's take our check of traffic, and then Mr. Aurich is standing by.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Just one accident to mention here. Eastbound 8, right before the 15, solo vehicle crash, made it over the right shoulder. It's partially in the slow lane, something to watch out for in Mission Valley, eastbound 8 before the 15. And collision has cleared on southbound 163, just past Robinson. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? They always bottle their Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all of their bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from their own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source. I'm Kelly Danick with Bennewood, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, let's go out to our hotline, David P. Shapiro fan hotline. And we are all becoming fan. Well, Tony and I have been we're Aztecs for life, so you didn't have to convince us. But the bandwagon is taking on members, and that's because San Diego State's football team is playing great. Defensive coordinator Rob Aurich, nice enough to spend a little time with us on this Tuesday. Rob, how are you today? Welcome to the program, sir.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for having me. I'm doing well, man. Good to be on the phone with you.
And, we're really excited. Before we get to the football team, Rob Aurich, folks, is from Bemidji, Minnesota. And you sorry?
That is inaccurate. That's on our website.
Oh, I got to get on Jamie McGonaghy's case for that.
I know. You got to get on Jamie's in front of me right now. He's red with embarrassment.
Yeah, he's going to be really bad. Well, all right, let's just cover the Minnesota, Duluth, Bemidji State, Idaho, South Dakota. My whole point was getting to the fact that it's that time of year when you're used to some snow starting to fall, Rob. I bet you're pretty happy to be here in Southern California now.
Yeah, it's damn hot out here. I love it. You know
it's damn hot.
I'm still deferring from college up there at Duluth. So shoot, man, it's been good to get out here. My wife and my kids, they're all over the community playing softball at the beach. So we're enjoying it. It's been a blessing to be here.
Rob, let's talk about your defense here. I mean, this has been the thing that has, I think, been the Aztecs' strength all season long. You guys are in the top 10 in a bunch of different categories defensively. What for you was the sign early on that you guys had a chance to have a pretty good defense?
Well, I don't know if there was necessarily a sign earlier. Honestly, I had some reservations because competing against Coach Lewis and that offense every day, they really challenge you in a bunch of different ways, not only with their tempo, but really with how dialed up and how buttoned up their operation is. And so going through the spring and through fall camp, I would say we had our fair share of days where we won the day, but I wasn't sure how that was going to translate once the lights came on. Now, I've been very impressed at the poise and the maturity of our group defensively, that they've been able to consistently answer the bell for, what I think 4 of the 5 or 5 of the 6 games here. But if you had told me we'd be giving up 12 a game right now, I would have been thrilled taking this job back last January.
Rob Aurich is with us, his San Diego State defense leading the way, although, look, you're getting some company in the headlines now, the way the offense has, come to life here the last 2 games. I imagine you don't mind seeing them out on the field as often as possible, Rob. Keep your guys fresh.
Well, we see it in practice every day. They're a tough opponent. And it's funny, the way this team has taken place through the recruiting process, through the transfer portal, and kind of the strengths of our team is, we've really become more of a physical outfit than necessarily the razzle dazzle that maybe some people were expecting. But you got to give credit to Coach Lou and the staff that, hey, it's our job to find ways for our guys to win games at a high level. And that's the number one art of coaching is, what do our guys do well? And so we've really leaned in to those things that showed up.
Rob Aurich joins us, Aztecs defensive coordinator, here with us right now. And Rob, specifically watching your defense, you guys can cover on the outside. I mean, how much of a benefit is it to have some corners that when you guys go man up, you guys can cover the field the way you have, at least buying that defensive line even more time to get to the quarterback?
It's incredibly important. I have 3 kids. I love my 3 kids. Our 2 corners are right behind them. We're a quarters-based operation for people who have watched us and studied us. And what I've been thrilled with is, we obviously – we dedicate enough hats to stop the run at a consistent level. That's a part of the DNA of the defense. But when you do that, you have to rely on your guys in the back in one-on-one situations.
Right.
And I think we're giving up 50% completion percentage right now. And it's not because we're, skying the box and playing 2 high safeties all the time. It's because those guys are taking on the task and answering the bell. So credit to Coach Sumler. I think he's done an incredible job with our 2 corners. And then probably the biggest area of improvement for us has been our nickel position. And Eric Butler plays that for us, number 6. And he was a free safety for us last year. And we saw his man coverage skills during the offseason through spring that we had to commit him full-time to that nickel position. And it's really allowed us to open up what we do because we have 3 guys who can cover at an elite level.
Yeah, we should mention Coach Aurich is with us. The corner that he's in love, or the corners he's in love with, one of them, Chris Johnson, was just named to the midseason All-American team. I mean, that's a pretty high praise, and it's pretty well deserved. He's got 2 pick sixes and all kinds of other things. But as a defensive coordinator, Coach, I'm sure you're aware that he has those pick sixes as a result of everything everyone on this defense is doing. What is your philosophy in terms of, putting your whole corner and secondary together and working it in concert with, guys like Trey White and people rushing the passer?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the way that our defense has evolved is, our secondary really complements our pass rush and vice versa. So what we're giving up front from Trey White and August and Niles King, it's allowing our secondary to really play on first breaks of the receiver. And it allows them to be a little bit more aggressive and take a few more shots per game rather than having to play conservative, understanding the play is going to be 4 or 5 seconds. It shouldn't be. And so the way we've been able to flush quarterbacks and the effort we're getting from the D-line, I think those guys have worked well in harmony together. And so for us, we got to keep that going. We got to keep that going. Only 6 games in right now. We got to keep playing at an elite level.
Is that the kind of idea moving forward? Obviously, you're only 6 games in, a lot of season left to go. But I imagine you see more potential for this defense to get even better. How does that look moving forward?
Yeah, you're spot on. Every day we come in and we evaluate, what fundamentally can we continue to get better at? And technically, how can we play a call or a adjustment cleaner? And for us, as we self-scouted ourselves over the past week, there's a bunch of areas of improvement. And so we've dodged some bullets through execution or lack of execution of the opponent, but we're constantly evaluating ourselves and trying to make ourselves more difficult to prepare for. And I think we have a good plan heading into the game this coming weekend against the team up north. We don't say their name in this building.
I
But
love it.
you're going to see a few more wrinkles out of our defense that maybe you haven't seen weeks 1 through 6.
Well, I'm glad I know that because I've been giving them a name mention, but I will not
No
do
longer.
that any longer the rest of the week,
Yeah,
Rob.
we don't say that name in this building.
I love that. I absolutely love it. Rob Aurich is with us. All right, I want to ask about some of your strategies moving forward, but I can't help but ask you about our guy on this show is Dale Sean Staley, and that is because prior to his season last year, he and a couple of other kids came into studio one day.
Yeah.
He is a communication major, I'm sure you're aware, and we were so impressed with this guy. He practically took over the show. Tony and I just sat on the sidelines, and he ran the show for us. But I was so happy to see him. He got a Player of the Week earlier this year, and it really seems like he's coming into his own. Talk about some of his leadership and on this defense.
Dale's the best. And, Dale Sean's a young dude from Blue Springs, Missouri, that is out here on the West Coast and kind of living 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles away from all his loved ones and his little siblings. So what makes Dale Sean great is, he's away from a lot of people that are in his like immediate family, but every day he comes to work with the same attitude. He's at practice, getting better. He's been an absolute rock for us. I think he's played over 450 snaps this year when you combine defense and special teams. By far number one on our team. Dude, you can just trust that kid. You can trust that kid. And he's been a really fun part of this family to go into battle with.
Yeah, we're excited for everything that's happened. You got 2 Aztecs for life here. Tony and I and Amanda, to see you guys having this success is fantastic. And we were just saying, the chips, you kind of keep putting more chips on the table now because, every game it gets a little bit more at stake. But I know that's just the way you guys want it. I cannot let you leave because I gave your offensive coordinator the same business. But apparently you have to be hair challenged with a beard to be one of the top coaches on this staff. Is that...
Yeah. I'm not a traditionally good-looking human, and
I wasn't going there.
we all have strengths and weaknesses, but we do what we can with what we got. And Scott Van Pelt is a bald man. Charles Barkley, we're making a comeback.
That's right.
That's baby.
Right.
You tell him, Rob. Well, best of luck, man. Good luck this weekend against those guys up from there, and come back from there with another win. We look forward to it, and hopefully we'll catch up with you guys down the road. Thank you, sir.
All right, you guys are the best, man. We'll talk to you.
Very good. Rob Aurich right there.
That
Great
was awesome.
Interview. The defensive coordinator. I love the way he answered. Not that last question was funny, but just all of them.
We're not giving that team up north any names.
And the fact that he just talked about, I bring my outfit out there and I match it up against Coach Lewis's outfit every week, and they're a tough nut to crack. And that's great. You can tell
there's competition amongst themselves right now.
And our iron sharpens iron, as the old saying. So I think it's be a good test this week. I know that they got a good club up there, and it's tough to win up there. But, like I said, continue pushing it and see where this takes us. There was a mention in a weekly story. There's a weekly story in the UT that's not written by Kirk. It's written by one of the Southern California writers about all of the teams that are going to be in the Pac-12 next year. And each week they update all the teams, and they got the Aztecs in there with Boise State and Washington State. And they but for the first time it said, it's not out of the realm that one of these teams, especially San Diego State, could get into the playoff if things go their way. It was kind of I was like, we've already talked about the Tony. We want to think of it in the back of our mind, but don't want to jinx it.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Good stuff. Rob Aurich right there, defensive coordinator, San Diego State, not from Bemidji, Minnesota. I got to get that ironed out as well. Poor Jamie's probably really upset. If I know Jamie the way I do, he likes to get all that. He likes to have all his T's crossed and I's dotted. All right, more Gwynn and Chris coming up. I believe we have a little Chris versus the fan. So dial in, play some trivia, 833-288-0973. Jerry Seinfeld concert could be in your future. Gavin Sheets is with us, and man, he's a big reason why the Padres have had the kind of season they've had so far. And I've said it many times. Where would we be without you, Gavin? I want to ask a little bit about left field. You have really impressed, a lot of people, I think, from, how far you've come in left field. And maybe, the early games, there was just a matter of kind of getting reacquainted with it out there. It's not easy. Balls are slicing. Balls are hit hard over your head.
Yeah.
I hope we can start laughing now. Is it long enough since the collision with the fence? But look, man.
Trust me, we're well past that. I think I'm in a couple different group chats, and I think that's the picture of me against the wall. So trust me, those guys did a lot. they didn't wait very long. I can promise you that.
I bet. Well, you're lucky that, because I've seen a lot of teams will go out there the next day and somebody will tape an outline of the player up against the fence where they ran it. I didn't see the Padres do that, but what I'm saying is. Go ahead.
I'm very happy we got to San Fran quickly.
Yeah, right. You got out of town.
That's right. We left right after.
That's what happened. But no, let's be serious, because left field, I think you've been great, and really done a nice job, made some really good catches out there. I think it seems to me that Schilt and the staff, are pretty comfortable with you out there. Where are you at in left field?
Yeah, I think that, no, you said it right. I think, in the beginning, getting out there just, because I had never really played left, and getting out there, one day a week, once every 2 weeks, that was tough. And, I knew that once they kind of gave me the keys to left field, I bought in and enjoyed it, took it as obviously a huge compliment to be thrown out there. And, and just put a lot of work out there. Macias and I, the outfield coach, we busted our butt out there, and kind of enjoyed it, enjoyed the process of it, enjoyed growing as an outfielder, enjoyed the, just being able to help the team in many different ways. And, I think just buying in and putting in work out there. But you're right. I think I grew a lot out there from April and May to where we are now.
Gavin, I want to highlight something you kind of alluded to in one of your earlier answers. You said that your role might change. Talk a little bit about watching, as everybody else was last night, as all these deals are flurrying through. Talk about kind of recognizing that maybe your role changes a little bit, but also the excitement of acquiring all of this talent as you guys, focus on perhaps winning a World Series.
Yeah. Man, it was, I felt like a fan like everybody else yesterday, just watching along and seeing all the moves that were being made across the league. And, I think what we did yesterday just solidifies that everybody in the clubhouse has the same goal. Front office all the way down, ownership all the way down. And, obviously we bring in the players that we brought in. It makes this team extremely dangerous from top to bottom. And then you look at our pitching and our bullpen, and man, thank God I'm on this team, because coming to San Diego and getting potentially Mason Miller in the 5th inning, that's about as good as it gets. And, obviously I don't know what the role is going to be going forward. I don't know how we're going to, manage everything. Obviously that's way out of my control, but I do know that we all have the same goal in mind. And I think that it really showed yesterday that we're not messing around and we're going for it.
And you've kind of sent that message again also, Gavin. I mean, the one thing I've been really impressed with, along with your growth in left field, is the hitting against left-handers. I don't know that they, you can look at numbers, et cetera. I think the team, the staff, they want to see you against some left-handed pitching, but I don't know that they expected a lot. And then you came in there and started tearing up left-handed pitching pretty good. So, I think you're going to get chances the next 2 months because of the way you performed. Just real quick for us, standing in the batter's box, what is your mindset, or is it any different against a lefty as opposed to a righty?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just is staying a little bit more opposite field gap oriented against lefties. I think that's what brought a lot of success for me, especially, average wise. I think, obviously my damage is more against righties. But I think I might be hitting for a higher average against lefties. And that's
You are,
because,
yeah.
staying in there a little bit longer and using that opposite field gap, and, everything's kind of be going away from me, and just trying to buy into, just being a really good hitter and a really tough out. And I think when I just, enjoyed facing lefties and took it personally and really worked at it and really opened up that opposite field gap was huge for me.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Look, most of us, good left-handed pitcher, we'd be stepping so far into the bucket, we'd be, facing the dugout. But I don't expect to see that from a guy that's willing to run into the left field wall to catch a ball. And I know people might poke fun at this play, but I think it says a lot about, the way you're a gamer and the way you want to play. You're willing to do anything, and I think this team has recognized that. It's been a great year so far, man. The next 2 months should be a lot of fun. Gavin, thanks so much. I hope we do it again in the off season and talk about how fun the parade ride was.
Appreciate you, Gavin.
Absolutely. This is the best part of the season, so I can't wait to see what happens.
Gavin Sheets is with us, and man, he's a big reason why the Padres have had the kind of season they've had so far. And I've said it many times, where would we be without you, Gavin? I want to ask a little bit about left field. You have really impressed, a lot of people, I think, from, how far you've come in left field. And maybe, the early games, there was just a matter of kind of getting reacquainted with it out there. It's not easy. Balls are slicing. Balls are hit hard over your head.
Yeah.
I hope we can start laughing now. Is it long enough since the collision with the fence? But look, man.
Trust me, we're well past that. I think I'm in the.
Rich, for coming on and being a delightful guest.
He was great.
He was.
I would like to get him again and just keep popping him on there if they win games. He's fun and he's intense.
Just a reminder, all guests
makes me want to hit somebody.
On 97,
mostly you, Skraby.
Join us on the David P. Shapiro fan hotline. David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorney, helping good people regain control of their futures when charged with a crime since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com.
I would love to do an Oklahoma drill with Chris. That would be fantastic.
I would want to see that. I'm sorry.
That would be so good.
The funny thing is you're just saying that like you would dominate.
Oh,
me.
I would.
That's how he's talking right now, Chris.
I was an Oklahoma drill savant.
A savant.
I haven't lost that much weight on ST fat loss. I can still be a little tough to move.
I'm way tougher to move.
The issue I would have is can you build up the speed that it's going to take to have an Oklahoma drill?
I'm a little slow, so we might need.
Chris?
Am I going to have to just, as he runs at me, go like one of these,
like Olay?
You might have to,
and I would fall for it. There's two things. One of the things I do every single time in pickup basketball is I always leave my feet when someone pump fakes me. So that's the secret.
You get put in the popcorn
I
machine,
don't know why I do it. I tell myself not to do it, and I still do it.
Yeah. It's still a move that works. Guys fall for it to this day, not just you.
Cole says Chris is frail. I wouldn't say
frail.
Chris. No, Chris isn't frail. He's not frail.
Before we get to Chris versus the fans, Skraby, before I say anything, you know what?
What's up?
I'm just gonna check myself, make sure that you don't have it in there. I don't know if you guys have been following this Tyler Skaggs,
a little bit,
Eric K. case happening.
Why are they dragging poor Mike Trout into this?
He testified today as one of the witnesses.
I see. Okay.
And the outfielder testified Tuesday that a team employee alerted him to possible concerns about drug abuse by the Angels' former communications director, Eric K., before the 2019 accidental overdose of Tyler Skaggs. Trout said he confronted K directly, telling him,
"Wow,
you have two boys at home. You have to get this right.
Get it in order." Yeah.
Trout's testimony brought the court case a step closer to establishing that K's behavior was raising enough red flags to warrant team intervention before he provided the drugs that killed Skaggs at
because
27.
this is the whole case is the Skaggs attorneys are saying the Angels should be liable for not having done something to the to K, the trainer or the guy who provided this stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Trout also testified he saw Skaggs drink alcohol, but had not seen Skaggs use drugs other than marijuana, and that Skaggs showed no outward signs of using drugs. Trout said he was surprised to learn that multiple teammates had been using the illicit drugs. Multiple ex-Angels testified at K's 2022 criminal trial that K provided them with Oxycontin. Listen, that's not uncommon, right? Like I told you, Skraby, when
Oxycontin?
No. For teammates not to know the depth of it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I was telling Skraby, just ironically, before the show, hadn't gone through this thing when I was teammates with CeCe, you would never know that he was struggling with alcohol. But he clearly was. I mean, he later found out, but you wouldn't have known that. And I was his teammate. I was around him almost every day.
I believe what Trout said in that deposition or interview today sounds like the truth. And 100%. I'm going to say it why, because if that's what he said to what is K? I know, but what is he, the trainer or what was
he was the communications guy.
Okay. If that's what he said to him, that to me is consistent with what I would expect an athlete to say to another person in the organization to try to keep it quiet,
not
but get my message across.
Right.
And that is, dude, do something about this.
Right.
And so that is consistent to things, having been around enough teams and a hockey team for 10 years, that's the kind of way things are spoken. Because I was going to ask you, Tony, about this, not in your own personal thing, but if you saw somebody that was, going down a wrong path, this isn't something you can necessarily publicize, though, outwardly. It has to stay in-house.
Right. I mean, it's all tied into like the trust level that happens, not just with the players, but with the people around the team. Right. And so you're not certainly trying to blow his spot up yet. You want him to try to fix the situation. You're giving him an opportunity to kind of fix it before you may have to go blow his spot.
We're noticing it, so do something.
Well, the fact, I'm sure once Trout heard it from another employee, you start to think, well, man, if you're telling me this, how many more people are gonna know about this? Hey, man, you got to get your stuff together. All right.
Sad and scary.
The whole thing is,
Yeah, we do.
It's cut into our game show.
We do.
We're going to have to be quick because we got a guest at 420.
Let's go.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, so you'll be qualified for the chance to win a grand prize, a trip for two to see Jerry Seinfeld in Las Vegas, including 2 tickets to the show on April 17th at the Coliseum at Caesars Palace, a 2-night stay at the Flamingo Hotel and Casino, and a $100 gas card. Hold on.
We'll wait.
Were you eating crackers again?
No.
Were you eating
Jerry Seinfeld returns to the Coliseum at Caesars Palace on April 17th and 18th. See Ticketmaster.com for tickets.
Hate those crackers.
I do too.
Yeah.
Trust me. It's been nice without having them in here forever.
Now you're choking, though.
Yeah, that was tough. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question, or you win if you're a first-time player. Let us know
That was pitiful.
before you get into it, and you'll get that first question for free today. All right, let's get to our first contestione. That will be Kevin.
Hello, Kevin. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good
Always good to
afternoon.
talk to you again.
You too.
Here we go. First question. Where did Jared Goff play college football?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
I can't find my. There it is.
bad
an
luck
Irishman.
for you, Kevin. I was did one of his games on the sideline, and it was at Cal, and he was good, really good.
Unfortunately for Kevin, that's true.
Contestant number 2, please.
Let's go to Greg.
Hello, Greg.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Greg.
Gentlemen. Here we go. First question. Who won the ALCS MVP? I didn't quite hear that.
He was repeating the question.
I don't know. I'm going to go flat.
I think you got it right
He
before
did.
he kind of disappeared.
Just threw it out there. Here we go.
All right.
It's a safe bet.
Question number 2. Outside of Shohei Ohtani, there were 2 other pitchers to have won MVP since 2010. Name both.
Wow, that's tough.
So that's American and National League. Either one.
Correct. Yeah, could be.
Wow, I'm drawing a big blank. Ooh. I'm just going to let Chris do it. I'm drawing a blank.
That's okay. That's
good
sometimes is the best way,
strategy.
Greg.
Yeah, I'm drawing. I think I'm drawing one, but while you were hemming and hawing, I filled in my blanks. I don't know if they're correct. You're saying league MVP, right?
Yes.
So pitchers don't win too many. I think Verlander won, and I think Kershaw won. Nah,
Sorry, Greg.
I wasn't sure about the years on those. So
I think Verlander was first.
okay.
Let's go to our next contestant, Travis.
Hello, Travis.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Doing well, my
pretty
friend.
good.
Here we go.
Pretty
First
good.
question. What player hit 3 home runs against the Brewers last Friday?
But give me the old Ohtani.
The old time. Yeah, that is correct. Question number 2. It's a little bit more difficult. Who was the QB of the Ohio State national champion football team last year?
Oh boy.
I'm drawing a blank. I don't know.
Okay, stay
don't
there.
know.
Stay there. Putting the pressure on Mr. Ello.
It gives me a chance to at least point out that Julian Sayin, our guy from Carlsbad, who's the Ohio State quarterback this year, is now getting some Heisman buzz.
Yes.
That's pretty good for him.
It's
Does
pretty
that
good.
help you remember last year?
It does not. So I'm going to have to take an on this one.
Oh, really?
Can't even come up with a guess.
I know. It's very
He was
nondescript.
so nondescript. Yeah.
The answer is Will Howard.
Will Howard, where is he? Is he in the
He's
NFL
in somebody.
somewhere?
Yeah, he's a backup somewhere.
Is he? Let's see. I haven't heard of him anywhere.
Or maybe
Will
third
Howard,
string.
Steelers.
There you go.
Steelers. All right, very good for you, though, Travis. You move on to the finale here.
Question number 3. Who is the only NBA player who has averaged a triple-double 4 times in their career?
Oops, sorry. Hold on. I didn't have you up, Travis. My bad. Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, give me old West Brick.
Oh,
West Brick.
I don't know if we should give it to him on that one.
I gave it to him.
Yeah, baby.
I like it when people
Travis
are excited.
is a winner.
Stay
Good
there,
for you,
Travis.
Travis. Always happy when somebody wins one like that. Now, he's won. He did it 4 times in his life. I thought he did it once.
No,
I always thought this was like one of the most incredible stats
It is.
ever.
Well, it was for a long time.
It is.
No one cares
Robertson-
about it.
They're just hating on him now. That's it.
Yeah. Oscar
This is
Robertson did it
ridiculous.
in like the 60s, and no one else ever did it. Magic was the one who came the closest, but never for a whole season.
If it was so easy to pat stat, why didn't everybody just go try to average a triple-double? If
Yeah.
it's that easy.
Yeah. So he did it during a full season, and he's done it 4 times.
4 of them.
Wow. That's impressive. I do know that did Jokic make it last year?
He
On the
did it either last
triple-double?
year or the year before. It was one of
Yeah,
the two.
and he was it was called into question on some of the assists that he was getting in Denver. I'm just saying, I don't know, but they showed a few highlights of stuff that anyway. But yeah, no,
I
Westbrook
think that's
did
different.
It.
They're saying that's what Westbrook is setting out to do is go out and it was like, if it's that easy, then why don't everybody
anyone do it?
Just go do it.
Jokic went 29, 12, and 10.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I wonder the only way to prove the Jokic assist thing would be to look at his assists at home and away.
Right.
And I don't have that. So, all right, very good for you, Travis, though. Well done. We got an interview next, Anthony.
Yes.
So
we do indeed. Let's jump away. Let's get to break. When we come back, Jeremiah Oden joins us next. Some Aztec basketball on the way.
From the 8-5.
All right, all guests on the 97.3, the Fan Hotline, will join us on the David B. Shapiro Fan Hotline. David B. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys, helping good people regain control of their futures when they are charged with a crime. And he's been doing it since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Mr. Skraby, 4:21 on the clock. And we're going to talk a little Aztec basketball here shortly. Jeremiah Oden is scheduled and is here. I would certainly expect all of Brian Dutcher's kids to be right on time. And so it is. Jeremiah joins us on 97.3 The Fan. Hey, Jeremiah, welcome to the show, sir. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, I was going to ask you if you're missing Laramie yet, but I think that's probably an easy one. Life in Laramie and Wyoming. Did you make a good call coming to San Diego, you think?
I think so. The weather's definitely been treating me nice out here. It's been refreshing to have such a warm fall.
So, Jeremiah, you make the decision to transfer to San Diego State. For someone like yourself, you spent 3 years at Wyoming. You spent a year at DePaul. What was intriguing about, aside from the success that this program has had, what else was intriguing about the Aztecs and San Diego State and coming here?
I think that just my familiarity with it and just knowing exactly what it was about, just having played against it for so long and just knowing the ways that I could fit in, seeing players that were kind of similar to me over the years, I think that those things just kind of help make my decision easy. You know, when a situation's familiar, it's always easier.
Jeremiah Oden, San Diego State basketball, with us here. And I was at the game Friday night, the exhibition against UCLA. I know it didn't start the way you guys wanted, but I think by the end, at least Coach Dutcher seemed to indicate that he felt like you guys got a lot out of it. Take me through your experience of that matchup with UCLA Friday night.
Yeah, I think that it was a weird start. Kind of just those. It was a little bit of a mix of maybe like first game jitters, but also just playing a game that early.
Right.
And playing like a high level team that early in the middle of October. You know, you don't see that very often. It was a great experience for us though. So I think that we had some silly turnovers at the beginning. You know, just like things that were just like little details that we watched film on and got better from. But I think that the most encouraging thing was that we stayed together when we were down. That was really encouraging. Nobody panicked, and I think that everyone knew deep down, and that I knew deep down, that we weren't going to play like that the whole game. Like, we were just playing like so far below what we knew that we could. So we knew we were going to come back and make our run, and we did. Got it to 3 twice, and I think that we just haven't had enough of those reps late game. It was our first game to be able to close it out, but I think that now that we have that under our belt, next time we're in that situation, I feel really good about it.
Jeremiah Oden joins us here, San Diego State forward, played some big minutes in that exhibition game. And we had Coach Velasquez on a couple weeks ago, Jeremiah, and one of the things that he talked about was the depth. You guys 9, 10, 11 deep. I mean, what is it like have you been on a team with this kind of depth? And what is the summer and the fall kind of been like as you guys are trying to get into regular season shape with so much depth that you guys are going up against on a daily basis?
Yeah, I've been on some pretty deep teams before, but I think that the depth of this team is unique. It definitely is the deepest team that I've been on, and I think that it helps. In a lot of ways, I feel like practice is harder than a lot of games will be. So I think that the way that we compete and get after each other every day, it gives us a real game look every single day. And it just, it brings out the best in everybody. We're all competitors. So I think that, if you come watch a practice, it's always super competitive. And it's just iron sharpening iron every day.
Aztecs basketball opens up on Tuesday, November the 4th. Long Beach State will be the first official game of the new season. Jeremiah Oden, one of the great newcomers coming to this ball club. Jeremiah, having played against Brian Dutcher and his teams for, 3 years at Wyoming, what did you think of Coach Dutcher and his program when you were playing against it? And how much of that has come to be true now that you're a part of it? Or has there been anything that has surprised you now that you're actually playing with Coach Dutcher?
I think that tactically, we knew that from the outside looking in, we knew it was a defensive program. We knew how they get after it on the boards. And we knew that they were able to play with some confidence and some freedom offensively. And I think that those things have come to be true being on this side of it. I think, from the outside looking in, you can't really tell how the coaches are, like the personality of the coaches. And being here, I think that that's been something that's been really refreshing for me is just how encouraging the coaches are, how on your side they are, and just how much they pour into you every day. So I would say that that's something that you can't see from the outside that I've been really happy with.
Who's the toughest on the staff? I've sat behind the bench on a couple occasions, and I've seen, the coaching staff, not really Dutch, kind of get after you guys. Who's the toughest of the group?
I think it just depends on the day and the play. They're all
depends where you mess up, huh?
They're all good coaches, so I think that they don't ever disrespect you, but they coach you hard when they need to. But I wouldn't really say that there's a specific coach that is the one that's always on us. I think that they do a good job at, if we're slipping, they'll all step up, or it might be one person this day to just hold us to the standard that they know is conducive to winning.
Jeremiah Oden, not only a big, strong power forward, and so I know you spend time on the court. I know you work out in the weight room, but let's not forget you spend time in the classroom. This is an academic All-Mountain West Conference guy. 3 times you've made that honor award, and that's pretty impressive because I know how much time is devoted to practicing and playing Division I basketball. And being able to mix that with your studies. What kinds of things interest you in the academic world, Jeremiah?
Yeah, I've done a lot of studying in the psychology area. I did my undergrad in psychology, getting a master's in psychology right now. And I also have done some work in business as well and entrepreneurship. So I would say that those 2 areas are very interesting to me.
Nice.
Well, that congrats on that, man. That's impressive. And, I can't wait to watch you play for our side. Been rooting against you for a few years, I must say. I hate to tell you, but it's going to be nice having you on our side. Welcome to San Diego. Should be a lot of fun this season, Jeremiah. Best of luck to you and everybody down there.
Thanks, Jeremiah.
The Mesa.
Thank you. I just thank you guys for having me. It's going to be a great year.
Of course. Awesome. Absolutely. There he goes, Jeremiah Oden, 6'8", 210. And every bit of that, Tony. Yeah. I mean, I saw him the other night, and he's strong.
Broad shoulders.
You're going to have to box him out, way out. And even that's not going to keep him off the glass. From Chicago, Illinois. And as you said, Tony, played at Wyoming 3 years, 1 year at DePaul, and then actually redshirted last year. So now he's back, and this is a great pickup by Dutch. I mean, I don't want to compare anybody to Jaden LeDee because that's not fair, but he's the He's the physical build of Jaden Ledee. I can tell you that. So that's not going to be a bad thing for San Diego State. Before we go to break, let me remind everybody.
This is working. This is working.
I was hoping you didn't say anything.
All guests on the 97.3 The Fan Hotline. Join us on the David P. Shapiro Fan Hotline. David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys, helping good people regain control of their futures when charged with a crime since 2010. DavidPShapiroLaw.com. Ha!
I will say this. You have gotten better. Chris has missed 3 reads. Tony has missed only the 1. You missed Spiro's. If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean
that was at the
cuisine.
same time as that
In
one.
Coronado or La Jolla for dining or takeout options, visit
cold.
spiroscuisine.com.
We're supposed to read them back to back? That's not good
no,
planning.
No. Well, hey, this is the commercial people putting these in here. I
No,
don't determine where they go.
People
railing against that.
Yeah,
it comes to commercial people.
Janet is a very nice lady,
Well,
and
you didn't have to give her name. You said the commercial people.
yeah, they put them in there. You guys are supposed to read. Hasn't worked that way for 7 years.
I feel like I'm, back in the classroom now, and Straby's carrying a ruler. Whack!
Oh,
More Gwynn and Chris ahead.
The biggest guests in
Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help, and there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Skraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick. So goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break and the commercials did not play, and the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea. I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not mean for that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Skraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm gonna laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Skraby, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather himself right now. That was a good one, Chris. That was a really good one. So I saw this at 7-Eleven, and I had to get it. It's called the One Chip Challenge. It was sitting there in the aisle, and I thought, why not? Because I am into spicy stuff. But this thing looks pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. It says a Reaper pepper and a Scorpion pepper. It's also in the shape of a coffin, which doesn't make me very happy about that. It doesn't make me feel good. Oh, extreme heat, it says. I'm going to try a little bit first, just so I don't die, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. This looks... I don't even know if I should be eating this. It looks like it has mold or something, but let's see how hot it is. Let's go. There's a little bit of spice there. It's going. Oh, man. This is hot. Not that bad, though. I still have this side to go. It is getting hot. I'm not gonna lie. My mouth is like getting crazy. Now it's kicking in. I'm not sure if I'm gonna finish this. Honestly, it's getting serious. I gotta go with the milk. My mouth is dying right now. Yeah, this is not fun, guys. Never gonna do that again because my mouth is on fire. Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help, and there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Skraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick, so goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break, and the commercials did not play, and the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea. I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not mean for that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Skraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm gonna laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Skraby, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. That was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather.
Your print order Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Big 5 coming your way. A little traffic first.
Protecting San Diego after accidents or injury. Here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by Toyota of Poway, voted San Diego's #1 Toyota dealer by USA Today. Southbound 5 definitely wins the prize for the most problems this afternoon, starting with the coastline. Got this accident right before Cannon. It's over to the right shoulder. Another crash up ahead, right around Carmel Mountain Road. That is over to the right shoulder. Also, southbound 5 before Washington Street, a collision blocking the fast lane. Then near the border, southbound 5, right past Via de San Isidro, accident involving car and a pickup truck. That's over to the right shoulder. Southbound 805 before El Cajon Boulevard. Watch out for a stalled vehicle over to the right shoulder. Toyota of Poway has been voted San Diego's #1 Toyota dealer by USA Today with APRs as low as 0% and tons of new Toyotas on the ground. No tricks, only treats during the Trucktober sales event happening now only at Toyota of Poway or online at toyotaofpoway.com in the heart of San Diego. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we got a lot to talk about, so I am going to waste no time and go right into it. But Mission Hills High School football coach Chris Hauser resigned following a month-long paid administrative leave amid a district investigation into alleged hazing. Hauser cited family and health concerns as to why he was stepping down. The investigation also involves assistants Thomas Altieri and Edward Knuckles. There's someone moving the mouse on my screen right now, guys. I'm not even kidding. There's someone clicking around on my screen right now.
Why am I thinking it's me somehow? Even
It's
though
not.
It can't
It's
possibly
not.
be?
Oh, he moved it so I could read. I think they're fixing the computer. That freaked me out. Sorry, this is a serious story, but
Wait, did you ask to have your computer fixed here, and it just so happened?
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to happen during the Big Five, though.
Got it. Okay.
The investigation also involved the assistants, centers on reported physical hazing in the team's locker room. Authorities confirmed an inquiry, but withheld details due to the involvement of minors. His tenure the coach, was previously marred by a 2007 incident in which a player, Scott Eveland, suffered a life-altering brain injury after Hauser allegedly overruled medical advice during a game. The district later settled with Eveland's family for nearly $4.9 million. All right, with all of that said, Tony, you're up first. If any coach, and since we don't have all the information on Chris Hauser, I'm going to ask it generally. If any coach is found guilty of knowing or contributing to hazing, should they be allowed to coach again?
I would hate to see like forever, like no more job as a coach.
Okay, I don't think you could do that because people change and you get second chances. But let's say like a 5-year ban.
I think that's fair. I mean, hazing is a big deal. I remember the big incident when I was in high school way back in the day at Rancho Bernardo. So these things have lasting impact. And so, yeah, I mean, I'd hate to say, no, you could never get another job like that ever. You would hope that an adult would learn from that kind of mistake. But there certainly has to be some type of significant punishment. I don't know if 5 is the number, but yeah, I'm with that.
All right. Let me change the question for you, Chris.
Okay.
Since we ferreted out a better question. Yeah. How long should you be banned if you're found guilty of contributing or knowing about?
You didn't say
contributing.
Yeah, let's not.
No, I'm not saying that he's the one doing the hazing, but he's fostering an environment that allows it.
That's what the alleged thing is.
Yes.
Is this all proven?
No, but he has been let go, and
right.
yeah,
he has been let go.
Or yeah,
all right.
Let me get my language right. He resigned.
Right.
All right. I personally don't want to see him back coaching anybody's kids for any time at that point. But I don't want to signal anybody out here because I don't know anything about this situation until you just talked about it. But my thing is, there's other people who can coach football that haven't been involved in that stuff. So find one of them.
Yeah,
that's all.
All right.
I mean, that should be a no-brainer. Like a no wiggle room.
Yeah.
Like hazing, I mean, I cannot believe we're even talking about it even as a possibility in 2025, but I know that I'm stupid to think it's not still out there.
Yeah, I didn't thankfully experience much any hazing when I was in sports. Like, I can't think of a time, but I've heard.
What is classified as hazing?
Doing things you don't want to do.
Not comfortable
doing,
right? I would think.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I would think there could be different levels of it, right?
Yeah, I would think so too.
Go
Here's the
ahead.
thing that bothers me about this story a little bit, and again, I'm hesitant to talk about this because I don't know enough other than what you just told me. But it sounded like there was a situation with a young player that they had to settle for $4 million.
Yeah, this was 07.
On him apparently putting this kid into a game against.
07,
okay. Like, why was he back after that? You're dealing with young people here. I mean, they're just. I want to win football games as much as anybody, but if my mind is going towards this kid might have a concussion, but get him in the game, and then I get sued, and our school has to settle for $4 million.
4.9.
Okay,
I can't believe he kept his job after that.
Who's okaying him to stay? And I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm saying he made a mistake of that magnitude. I think you have to, around kids, you maybe should find something else to be doing.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm being really harsh.
No, I think it was a different time too in 2007 because I played football up until 2003, and even though those 4 years, like I remember getting hit, going down, having a headache, and I didn't say anything because we just didn't know. Yeah,
I mean, I didn't drink water at practice.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
because we were, we didn't know we were supposed to drink water.
I think that's what Skraby's saying. Like in 07, we were playing by a different set of rules. Maybe
that's a while ago.
I mean, there was
almost 20
the
years
NFL
ago,
was still allowing guys to die over the middle of the field. So, I mean, Anyway,
we're making out this coach out to be really horrible.
I was speaking
I feel
generally
badly about that because I don't know.
We tried to
enough
keep
about
it general, right?
Yeah, we're trying to keep this general.
Number 4.
Before we get into that, the Big Five is brought to you by your local Kia dealers.
you
Visit Kia.com to
great.
discover movement that inspires. You ain't getting me. Colts owner Carly Ursay Gordon's active sideline presence and real-time involvement in games could inspire other NFL owners. She wears a headset. She's attentive. She has a direct engagement. Offer a model for owners seeking to improve their team's football operations through better information. She said she needs to do this, quote, I need to be able to say, is this person full of BS? Do they even know what they're talking about? It is such a complex organism, a football team and how it operates. You could say, oh, that person ran that route wrong. Then you learn, oh, someone tagged the wide receiver wrong, and it wasn't really the player's fault. It was the person that called it. I would suggest it for anyone else that has to pay coaches and GMs millions and millions and millions of dollars. Helps you make a less expensive mistake, potentially, end quote. Now, this is picking up Team 6-1. She's been doing this all year. Chris, is this micromanaging or is this helping the team?
I don't know that it's helping the team. I'll be honest with you, because I believe she did this before she became the main owner. Before Ursay passed, if you read through this, she did this.
Oh, yeah, she's been doing it for, yeah.
And
it's
not
not new.
And the Colts have always sucked. Now he died, and she's running it, and now she's doing it, and they're giving her credit for the fact they're 6-1. But at that time, I don't see any reason why she shouldn't want to do this. We absolutely make your people accountable. And if she feels like, she wants to have a little feel for what's happening, she owns a team. I got no problem with that. But if you're going to ask me whether she's coach of the year material, I'm probably not going to give it to her yet.
Tony, is this micromanaging or a good thing?
It is micromanaging. It could be a good thing.
There might be some coaches who aren't thrilled with it.
I'm sure there's some coaches who aren't thrilled with it. They've never experienced it. In my experience with coaches that
I think I know where you're going,
and coaches that don't necessarily or aren't used to this, they usually don't like these new things happening. So I would imagine it's kind of the same. But Chris hit it on the head. She owns the team, so you got to do it.
Yeah, go work for another team.
Sorry,
like
it's just
she's
the way
not
it is.
like she's not like in the coach's face, telling them to call plays. She stands to the side a little bit.
As I read through this story, I actually like the idea of. It's not as though she's like in on the play call, like, nah, don't run that.
Yeah.
She's just listening, and maybe this does inform her a little bit more. Has any other owner done this? I can't think of anyone. So you know what? As long as she's not like interrupting the play call, and going with another play call or something like that, I don't see a problem.
There's something awesome about her being able to on the sideline listening to play calls. What happened on that fourth down play? Well, we called XZ Spider 2 Y banana, and she goes, "No, you called ZY Spider," and then that person's trying to get it over on him. I like that.
That part. That's where it might get a little dicey.
She's like, you called ZY. I heard it.
Sure I called ZY?
I wrote it down, and I am the owner.
That's what I'm saying. It could get a little dicey.
It would wear me out if I was the owner and I was doing that, honestly. I'd be like,
it is a lot of work.
I'm doing that.
I mean, game days are probably so exhausting.
Number 3.
Jack Nicklaus won a $50 million defamation lawsuit against his own company that he no longer owns. He alleged that his former company, Nicklaus Company, spread false claims that he suffered from dementia and was mentally incapable of handling his business affairs. His attorney quoted the defendants as saying, quote, "You need to have the keys taken away," in reference to Nicklaus's mental state. A Palm Beach County, Florida jury reached the verdict after finding that Nicklaus's reputation was damaged and the 85-year-old was exposed to, quote, ridicule, hatred, mistrust, distrust, or contempt over the allegations. The allegations are he was discussing with Liv for a $750 million deal, which was not true, and so people took that and ran with it. Tony, you're up first. Do you think this was more about the money for Jack or Jack's name being cleared?
I think Jack's got a lot of money.
He's fine.
And I don't. So I'm
He's fine.
gonna go on a limb and say this had, and considering how old Jack is,
85.
I would bet that he was more irritated that his legacy with PGA was about to be tarnished.
Legacy, yeah.
This is a diabolical story. I mean, like. I forget the gentleman's name that's running the Nicklaus companies now, but
I didn't even look.
They basically in order to get when he declined to take the Liv call. Like he didn't even want to. Once he found out why Liv wanted to meet with him, he basically shut it all down.
Yeah, he did.
And when he did that, the gentleman who runs the Nicholas companies basically tried to get the keys taken away from him. They tried to say he was not fit to run his own businesses. And listen, I have a mother-in-law that is older, and she's fine, but
Don't mess with your mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law. I thought you were going to say
not
your
my
mother.
mom. No,
don't mess with her either. I still get nervous, and I don't even talk to her anymore.
But I can only imagine at that age when you already probably are feeling like things are getting away from you, for someone to be trying to tell you that's not even really related to you.
Yeah.
That you're not capable of handling your business.
If I heard anyone tell my grandpa who did suffer from dementia at the end, if I
try
heard
to take advantage
anyone telling him that he needs his keys taken away and it wasn't a family member, we're having some words.
We're having more than words at this point.
Real quick, because I know we're up against it. First, Jack Nicklaus is colorblind, so that's funny to me. That his wife always had to pick out his clothing when he played on the tour. Secondly, I'm not a big fan of these suits where a bunch of money is rewarded, but this one I am a fan of. Let it serve as a warning to people that are going to try to take advantage of somebody, even of the ilk of Jack Nicklaus.
Right.
I know we're running out of time, but this is a relevant story. When my grandpa was living by himself after my grandma died, there was someone who was living there, and her daughter started becoming real close to my grandpa. And her daughter ended up taking my grandpa's Rolex to the watch store to get it fixed and put it under her name. So when my aunt went to go pick it up, she couldn't pick it up because it was under this other woman's name. Just be aware of what's happening around your grandparents or your parents.
Unfortunately, there's still a ton of really crappy people.
Really bad.
A lot of people.
Number 2.
Tony goes, a lot of them.
You got 2 minutes, Greg.
I saw this debate online and I thought it was fun. Out of these 4-star running backs based on skill level only, who would you say is number 1 in the NFL, Chris? Jahmyr Gibbs, CMC, Bijan Robinson, or Saquon Barkley? Talent, skill, nothing having to do with injuries or anything like that. Who's the most talented running back in the NFL?
I'm going to call everybody. First of all, he ran a 90-yarder. That was good. But anybody could honestly do that because you just hand off. There's a hole that big. You run 90 yards. I call everybody's attention to Gibbs' second touchdown last night where he did a 360 spin.
He did.
And the guy reached for him and came up with air. And he was in the end zone. So I'm going to give it to Gibbs at the moment. But it could be a flavor of the month thing because these guys are all good.
I do not disagree. Tony?
I love that the running backs are coming back in the style.
You're right, yeah.
Bijan is the guy.
I watched some moves.
I watched this dude, basically break 4 ankles in a matter of about 6 yards. Got a couple behind the line of scrimmage, worked his way. It was like a 15-yard run. He left about 8 ankles collapsed on the way to 15 yards.
Unless you can make a move like you see these guys make, you got room to improve as a running
back. You guys
back,
remember LT's
incredible.
You guys remember LT's jump cut.
Oh yeah.
Bijan
these guys
does
are doing 360
oh,
jump cuts now. Yeah.
My knees hurt watching him cut.
They're all good. And CMC is still a gamer,
yeah.
man. I don't
CMC feels like the old dog in there, but he is still he's still the dude.
He's on pace for like 130 something catches this year.
And Saquon still did the backwards jump. So give them all 4 a credit.
By the way,
I'll tell you another guy is not bad as Achan. I know his team's terrible, but that guy can play too. A lot of these guys can run.
Eagles are sloughing. I just want everybody. They're not using Saquon, and I promise you, come when it's cold, at its coldest, Saquon will get a lot of team.
Please.
Number 1.
Coaches in the NFL hot seat meter getting hotter. If you take out Mike McDaniel, because we think he's probably going to go first, you have Brian Dable, Browns Kevin Stefanski, Cardinals Jonathan Gannon, and Aaron Glenn of the Jets. Outside of McDaniel, Tony, who is likely to be fired first?
Dable.
You upset by that?
Well, I don't think you can do Glenn. It's a first year. Right. That's not right. Who were the other ones? Sorry.
Gannon and Stefanski.
What has Stefanski done to continue?
It could be him.
No one knows.
Okay. It could be him.
I'll go with him then.
Okay. All right, that's it for the Big Five. When we get back, we're going to recap all of the top stories of the day. And then a little bit later, there have been some NFL injuries from last night that we have not talked about. So lots more to go here on Gwynn and Chris 97.3 The Fan.
Hey.
Chris, hello. Yeah, we're here in Cooperstown for 97.3 The Fan. So excited, the induction weekend for the great Trevor Hoffman. What a class he's going in with, too. Let's take a look. Of course, Alan Trammell from Kearney High School in San Diego. And then, of course, the Detroit Tigers, great shortstop. Jack Morris in a Tiger uniform there, but I always remember him pitching that 1-0 shutout in Game 7 of the 1991 World Series for the Minnesota Twins. Maybe the greatest postseason pitching performance of all time. Chipper Jones, Padre fans remember him. Every fan of a National League team remembers him because he would come in and do damage to that team. Only the second number 1 overall pick in the Major League Draft, Chipper Jones, to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The other is Ken Griffey Jr. Vladimir Guerrero. Never met a pitch he couldn't swing at. And powerhouse hitter for the Expos. And then, of course, the Angels at the end of his career. Jim Thome, over 600 home runs, mostly with the Cleveland Indians. And then, oh, yeah, the guy down here on the end who used to get all these guys out all the time, Trevor Hoffman, the greatest Padre reliever of them all. Two of the greatest outfielders in the history of baseball. Of course, you've got Babe Ruth right here. Ted Williams right over there. I was wondering who the third outfielder would be. And then, of course, it hit me. Tony would be upset if I didn't say that the third outfielder, who will someday probably be displayed right here between these two guys, is obviously Mike Trout. And this is the San Diego Padres locker room here in Cooperstown. Obviously, a couple of jerseys there and hats, gloves, all-star stuff. I think the most interesting thing in this entire display, though, especially this weekend, is a picture in the top corner of Angus Young. He's the guitarist for AC/DC, wearing a Trevor Hoffman uniform, obviously playing Hell's Bells. I know that Trevor went to many AC/DC concerts and was honored by sitting in the front row to watch AC/DC play Hell's Bells in his honor. But there's a picture of Angus Young playing Hell's Bells for Trevor Hoffman, wearing the 51 jersey right there. Chris Ello, yeah, we're here in Cooperstown for 97.3 The Fan. So excited, the induction weekend for the great Trevor Hoffman. What a class he's going in with, too. Let's take a look. Of course, Alan Trammell from Kearney High School. Get together on this Tuesday. Skraby will take it a little further from 6 o'clock to 7. He's got the Skraby Chronicles coming up. Gwynn and Chris in the meantime, Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Mr. Skraby. Just so Skraby doesn't worry about it, I know I have a read here. But before I get to that, NBA opening night. And the first game is on the board. Houston with an early lead on Oak City. It was 21-17. I saw this, though, Tony, and I thought I'd bring this to your attention. I thought it was a good note. The NBA has had 7 different franchises win the championship in the last 7 years. Can you name them all? Last 7 years, 7 different NBA champions. It's the first time in the history of the league that has ever happened.
I can give it a go.
Give it a go.
Milwaukee Bucks.
Bucks got one of them. Yep.
OKC
last year, of course.
Denver Nuggets.
Nuggies.
Boston Celtics.
I got 4. Doing well.
This is where it starts to get dicey.
Getting hazy now.
Let's see. Golden State.
Golden State. Yep. 5. Got 2 more. I'm trying to do it without looking.
The Lakers.
Lakers. Correct. And you are missing the one I couldn't get. I saw this note earlier, and I racked my brain all day trying to think of the 7th team, and then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh yeah.
I know what it is.
Who is it?
I don't know if Tony said this already. Raptors?
Correct.
Duh!
Kawhi Leonard, 2019. Anyway.
Yeah.
But here's the note. 7 different champs the last 7 years.
They got their parity.
Yes. Commissioner Adam Silver has seen in his 12 seasons 9 different franchises have won. David Stern, in 30 years, saw only 8.
Yeah, the Lakers were dominant in that time.
And the Bulls and the Celtics, and that's about it.
That was so I guess you didn't want dynasties. Now we get
now you're
parity.
getting the parity, but it also goes back to the old joke about David Stern, who everybody felt was dictating who won every year so that the same teams would get there and they'd get high ratings.
Listen, they legislated the dynasty right on out of the collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
They make it pretty impossible for you to keep doing it.
I thought it was an interesting note, though.
There's
been more different champs in Adam Silver's tenure than the entire David Stern run.
That was like it's probably still a long debate that we have it in sports. Do you enjoy the dynasty?
Is it better? Yeah.
Or do you want to see a new team win it every year?
I think we want a new team when there's a dynasty, and when there isn't,
that's right.
We're like,
there's not any of those good
dynasties
dynasties
anymore. Nobody's any good.
That's right.
Nobody wants the Chiefs to win anymore.
I could totally see myself being like 90 years old, talking to someone, being like, "Man, there's just no dynasties anymore."
No dynasties like the good.
Even though you were the young one railing against it.
Like, I hate the dynasty. Tony likes greatness.
Going to talk some football here, and that means that we remind you that Football Talk on 97.3 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch.
You know what I love about Kevin Durant? That
he's reading a read.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I thought he was done.
Takes precedent. No, I wasn't, but it's okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL, and you can get started.
You may speak.
I wish I had the courage that Kevin Durant does with his hair. Like, he is rocking a regular hair with the hole missing, like right in the center of his head.
None of us like that.
I would have shaved it. I
said us because I have the same thing.
The courage of my man to be walking around with just the roof of his head, like the middle of his head. I appreciate it, man. Not too many people would be willing to do that.
I spend a lot of time.
Look, you can see it from right here.
Yeah,
Look at
for
it.
those watching in the chat, I do a lot of this during the day.
You mean brushing your hair forward?
Well, just over what I perceive to be that, opening there.
Why is it? Let me ask you this. Why is it that bald people, and I'm talking to my bald guys, Why is it that a toupee is?
Shot.
Why is it?
No shot.
I mean, now I know you're bald, so you can't just walk in with hair one day and be like, "I just grew this over the weekend."
I could always grow it.
I mean, because I knew a kid in college who had really terrible hair problems, and so he had a toupee, and it looked fine. It looked the same.
I think your only hope
stop
would be
lying to him. It doesn't.
they never look
That's
good
the
that I
problem.
know.
Is they don't look good.
I don't think they ever look
I
good.
got a few colleagues.
They can't possibly feel good. Like that would be my biggest issue.
I would give myself away from tugging at it, thinking that it was off kilter.
Not only that, you got to get
hot in the glue fall.
There's a few colleagues in Major League Baseball that
name them.
No, I won't name them.
Once you make the commitment to, you're stuck because now you can't. I guess you can, but you then have to get grayer ones as you get older.
Right. I would be in for the elaborate lie though if I was going to go that far. Like I would come up with trims.
I think your only hope would be as if like we moved the show to Savannah, Georgia tomorrow, and then all walked in with hair, and nobody would know. But other than that, we're stuck. All right, so here's our football talk. I'll start with this, and then we'll give you some notes. ESPN put out its weekly ratings, power ratings. I don't really know. What would you guys do? To me, it's clear the bottom three teams, 30, 31, and 32. What order would you put them in, though? Dolphins, Titans, Jets. Who's the worst of the three?
Say it again. Dolphins, Titans,
Jets. Three worst teams in football. I don't know that you can even come close to arguing any of those.
Jets are really bad.
So the Jets are the worst, you think? That's who they have.
I mean, I know you don't like Tua.
Right.
But they don't have a quarterback right now.
Well, I do like Tua. He's just playing horrible.
Okay, well,
so
he's capable of actually playing at a high level.
The Jets don't have anyone, you don't think? Tennessee's still trying to fix their quarterback, and now Mike McCoy has got to weigh them down for a while. But Miami is the worst I've ever seen, and that includes the Greg Camarillo 1-15 year. I mean, they couldn't have been this bad.
I think there is a tinge of you being too close to the situation because I don't think the Dolphins are as bad as the Jets.
As that Greg Camarillo team.
That team was pretty terrible.
I'd have to look it up.
The talent compared on both sides is not close.
There's way more talent on this team.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're playing worse than that team.
I'm just saying. They were playing to the best of their ability.
No, Cleo Lemon was the guy in quarterback. I know. That was bad. All right. Here's some NFL notes. Skraby promised you a few. The Monday night game last night, Mike Evans did not come out of it, unfortunately. And he's a guy that I just respect. I respected him more before he ran on the field in the last game last year to get his 1,000 yards, and maybe he's getting a little karma. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
Karma? It wasn't even him. It was Baker Mayfield that called the play.
Okay. Yeah, you're sticking up for Evans. I'm surprised for you, Scrabe. I thought
you'd be to say karma is wild. It is wild.
I thought you'd be anti-Evans as well.
I mean, I've said some crazy things.
He said karma.
Yeah, karma.
The guy knocked himself out and broke his collarbone, but it was because he caught one pass last year.
That's right.
He didn't even ask for.
Play the game right. Don't make it about yourself.
That is wild right there.
Well, he's out
for the rest of the season. Guys.
Is it really the rest of the season?
Yeah, I mean, he broke his collarbone. It's week 8.
Well, what else could it be than karma then?
Just
bad luck.
I'm just kidding. All right, so that was the biggest one. Was there any more big ones last night?
Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Yes,
concussion.
he limped. Oh, okay. Yeah.
He may have limped, but it was his head that was hurting.
The other ones, let's see. Vikings are sticking with Wentz. They've announced that Thursday night. Chargers, McCarthy's not ready yet. And Myers, Raiders wants out for whatever reason. Jacoby Myers.
For whatever reason.
Well, I don't know. Where's he going to go and
He's
change
actually
his
pretty
career
good.
around?
He's
Okay.
actually pretty good.
All right, I'm glad you like him. Finally, your old guy Greenlaw, Dre Greenlaw, ran after an official the other day. You're not going to win that. Yeah, he got a 1-game suspension for that.
Just one, huh? I feel like chasing an official would be a little...
He's the guy that ran out on the field at the Super Bowl and tore his ACL, right?
Achilles. How
does that even happen?
Oh, that's right. It was in a Super Bowl, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah, they were
Just
ready
ran
to
out
run
on the
back on the
field.
field, and that's when the 49ers lost, because I watched the mic'd up after.
The Chiefs were much better.
Oh, it was right. That's right. I remember they had them mic'd up. It's like, I think
Yeah, they're like, wait, what's
wrong
going
with
on
Dre?
with Dre?
Yeah.
What's going on with Dre?
Yeah,
And then-
Chiefs are way better. We know that.
I mean,
And
it
so
went,
do
I
you.
think the Super Bowl literally went to the end of the overtime.
Yeah,
It was
and-
zeros
and
on the
so
clock.
what have
That's
Dre
how
Greenlaw-
good the team
and what
or
have
the
Greenlaw
game was.
done about it?
Nothing.
Well, he was.
It was the Chiefs. The Chiefs fix was in, right?
Yeah, there's nothing the 49ers could do.
Yeah,
The
it was
referees had
over.
already determined it. You've been saying that. You can't have them both. The best football story of the day, though, comes from the Jets and their fine owner, Woody Johnson, who reminds everybody why his team is so bad often. And Johnson gave the old dreaded, I guess, vote of confidence to Aaron Glenn. But then went on to say the offense is just not clicking, and you can't run the ball if you can't pass the ball. That's football 101. Yeah, it's also knowing how to own your team 101 to not throw your quarterback under the bus in public.
How about this quote? He praised Glenn for turning around parts of the team, but added, it's hard when you have a quarterback with the rating that he's got. I mean, he has ability, but something just is not jiving.
Do you guys want to hear him actually say it to
Yeah,
see
yeah,
if it feels a little bit
let's
better?
hear it. Let's hear
okay, here's Woody Johnson.
It looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently with, at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do for the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
It didn't sound any better. Right?
It actually sounded worse, honestly.
Yeah, it didn't help. But, Woody Johnson, I mean, that's the thing with the Jets. They have to overcome him.
In the same way the Cowboys have to overcome Jerry.
Well, Cowboys are overcoming Jerry
for
at the
now.
moment.
We've got to get to the.
I did notice today, though, that the defensive statistics in the NFL, despite the Cowboys winning a game or two here, they are still number 32 out of 32 in defense. You know who their coordinator is?
Yes, I saw. I've been waiting for you to talk about this.
How does
all
this
year.
guy get another job after what he did last year?
Is it Rob Ryan?
It's
way
Eberflus.
worse. Eberflus.
Is
Oh.
Ever.
Or Eberflus, whatever. Yeah.
Well, he's generally considered one of the better
Generally
defensive
considered
minds.
what?
32.
Just because he's not a good head coach doesn't make him a bad coordinator.
32.
They're 32 out of 32 straight.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Looking pretty good.
All right, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
All right. The Cowboys get what they deserve on that one.
You know what's
I would
really
say.
funny too is that Jets fans are now coming around and saying they miss Robert Saleh because he actually won with some terrible teams.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Aaron Glenn's going to win some games. I'm going to be wrong, but I still think he's going to win 4 or 5 before it's done.
I agree with you. You're not.
I don't think he's completely lost that team. I think they show up, they play, they need better play, but they're still gamers, I think, which is not what I see in my club.
Cole has a great point on the chat because whenever we trash a quarterback, you have to look at their offensive line, and the Jets have a terrible. When Justin Fields goes back and he has guys being pushed into him,
Can I say this a little bit though? Because part of the reason why you go out and sign a Justin Fields
Is
is
to
because,
help you.
it's
Yeah.
because you
Move.
know your offensive line is not
I
very
see.
good,
I see.
and at the very least, he can get you some running yards to kind of loosen it up a little bit.
Yeah.
That has not happened.
It has not happened.
Yeah, Miami doesn't have the same excuse. They should have by now gotten a line to help Tua because he's a pretty accurate quarterback when he's not moving backwards.
That's just everybody.
As
I
is
would
almost
say.
every play for him, too. All right, break time, traffic time. Gwynn and Chris rolling on.
From the
That was pretty fucking awesome. Okay, take goggles down to your neck. Crash landed, huh? What? We're gonna crash land. More or less. We're gonna hit the ground. Keep my knee. Don't worry about it. Pick up. Runs up. Right on all the way down. Right leg brake. All the way. Here we go. Up there. Oh, you idiot. Typical tandem student right there. I tried. I wrecked your good job, buddy. Fun, huh? You need help with anything? Okay, I'm nervous. Stand up, stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low.
I mean, the beauty about kicking off the 522 segment is there's no read. So I'm free to just kind of go into the segment.
Well, I think this is great that we're doing this, but I mean, I still look out for our listeners who probably want to hear us talk about sports radio, not read ads all day. But you know,
well, it's
Skraby,
part of the job.
Blame Skraby for this, everyone.
Let's
Blame
update everybody on
Skraby.
what happened with the reads today.
Coming up at 5:30, another big read for you. Don't miss it.
Oh yeah, we got a good read.
Yeah, don't miss it.
Chris has missed 3. Tony has missed 1.
And you missed 1.
I did not miss 1.
Even though you're not
you
keeping
kinda
track.
missed it.
You kind of missed it.
Okay.
You read it in the middle of the thing. It's a
Here's
little
let
late.
me pull back this big curtain. Kelly Danick's spot in traffic was Toyota of Poway, so I couldn't go Toyota of Poway right to Kia.
Oh, well, I couldn't go
so you
straight
had to put
from
some space there.
I couldn't go from the law guy straight to Spiro's Mediterranean food. It would have been a little confusing.
We're finding some loopholes. All right, in sports news, WNBA set to have a new collective bargaining happening here soon.
This could get ugly. I
It
hope
could
not.
get ugly.
but-
Although Adam Silver seemed to offer some optimism as he talked about it.
Well,
Silver
he is a commissioner.
That
Maybe
is
if
true.
he's in charge of it, they might have a
He
shot.
is. I mean, it
Oh,
is
he
ultimately
the WNBA commissioner. We can leave her out because that would help.
I think because most of the NBA teams are the ones who are funding, I think he's going to be probably more involved. He was asked on the Today show, host Craig Melvin on Tuesday, if WNBA players should get a larger share of total revenue. They get 9%, quote, they get 9% of the total revenue compared to roughly 50% of the revenue of NBA players. Should they be getting a larger share of revenue in the WNBA? And Silver was quick to clarify, yes, I think share is the wrong way to look at it because there's so much more revenue in the NBA. You should look at it in the absolute numbers in terms of what they're making. They're going to get a big increase in this cycle of collective bargaining agreement, and they deserve it. And so that is the optimism.
That is optimistic. But let me just take a wild guess, because I've seen a few of these things over my lifetime, Tony.
Yes, you have.
Adam Silver is going to say they're going to get a big increase. The WNBA Players Association is not going to find that offer to be enough. That's how every one of these has ever gone, right? Like if Adam Silver tripled their salary, and I'm not saying that's enough, you're not going to accept the first offer. That's not how negotiations go. You come back and go, come on, you can do better than that. And then they start in with it.
Yeah. The WNBA and the NBA use different revenue sharing systems, and the NBA players make roughly half of basketball related income /BRI, with the other half going to the owners. BRI determines the NBA salary cap. The WNBA's current CBA does not explicitly use BRI to determine the salary cap. The CBA sets the salary cap for each year of the agreement.
Yeah.
So
I know there's some people who flat out there say, well, the WNBA doesn't make as much money. That's why they don't make as much money. They're not asking for the same money that the NBA players are asking for. So let's be clear.
And they may not
But
even be
they're
asking for 50% in revenue.
They're just
sharing.
asking for some reasonable semblance of revenue share,
right?
Somewhat commiserate with what the NBA does in revenue share. And that seems to be fair for them to ask for.
The collective bargaining agreement is set to expire in 10 days, October 31st. So on Halloween, it could get scary.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It gets scary.
Like what I did there.
Well,
did there.
yeah, it's they either get an agreement or they sign up for SD Fat Loss, because that's the $200 deadline. October 31st. So they're running out of time either way.
We have not, and listen, it's not for another 3 days, but we haven't talked much about the Blue World Series we're about to experience.
Yeah.
Blue Jays, Dodgers. I think Chris told us, he told us off air earlier, Blake Snell will be the game one starter for the Dodgers. I'm not sure the Blue Jays have announced one yet.
Not announced.
I have game times for all of them.
All right.
No fear. All at 8 p.m.
Well
Eastern.
done. 5 o'clock Pacific for all 7 games, and
Yes.
hopefully there are 7. First 2 are north of the border for only the second time ever. Toronto 93 World Series opened in Toronto and finished in Toronto on that Joe Carter walk-off home run. So there's a little history to be made there. Dodgers are trying to become the first back-to-back since I think it was the Yankees, right?
Yep.
In 98, 99, and 0. And
Yes.
as I said earlier. Yeah. So I guess that would be a feather in the cap of the Dodgers that I just don't want them to have.
Yeah, I don't think any of us want them to
None
have
of us want to, man.
No.
We have to put up with these guys lording over us.
like Dave Marcus.
And they do lord over us. Well, Dave Marcus doesn't because he's obviously in the Padres side, but the Dodger
He
fans
lords over me and Jesse.
Right. The Dodger fans can lord over us, and there isn't a lot we can do. I can't stand that. Anyway.
I can't stand the lording either.
The only thing that can save us is the Jays,
The bird.
baby. Yeah.
The birds.
Give him the bird. Bo Bichette did say he's planning to be available and hopefully in their lineup. That makes them a lot better. Look, Jimenez
if he's Bo Bichette.
right. If he can play short. Now maybe you have to DH. I don't know. But if he plays short, they move Jimenez to second. Clement goes to third. Kiner Falefa. Bench is probably, look, you can't compare Kiner Falefa to Bichette. So that's a big upgrade. On the other side, Tanner Scott? Forget how quickly
Yes.
forget the old Padre reliever.
Yes.
He says he's also going to be back for the series.
Oh my God, Skraby. He's coming back.
I know.
Yeah.
Do they even want him is the question.
They didn't even need this guy.
They don't even need
now
this
he's going to
guy.
be back.
Did I read, honestly, that he had some sort of procedure done on his
rear end?
Posterior?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't read it. Skraby told me about it.
There was apparently a cyst.
Ooh, ouch.
Or something in his buttocks.
That doesn't feel too good. Real quick on
you know by experience, Chris?
No, but I mean, even a pimple on your behind can cause discomfort.
True
so
that.
cyst, I would think.
Please get us out of this territory.
All right, let's go to the break.
Yeah, Tony's in charge.
Let's go to break. Rob Aurich.
Yeah, we had a great
Defensive
interview with this
coordinator.
guy. If
Great-
you missed this interview,
yeah.
this was really a good one.
You get a chance to hear it coming up next. Gwynn and Chris.
Coming up on Wednesday's show, everything.
Back, Gwynn and Chris, 5:35. Final segment for us. Skraby takes over. He's got an hour. The Chronicles coming up.
The Chronicles!
Little quick note I just saw pop up here, guys. Jets are changing quarterbacks. Officially, Tyrod Taylor will get the call. Justin Fields, who was not given a vote of confidence by the owner, Woody Johnson, today. We'll go to the bench.
I mean, does his comments pretty much seal the fate that he wasn't going to start this
Maybe,
week?
yeah, right.
Like,
yeah,
the owner comes out and is like, yeah, I don't know. Too many coaches that do well with this type of quarterback you got.
Yeah, I don't know too many coaches who keep their job if this guy's quarterbacking.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn made the necessary move. So the Jets will be changing quarterbacks. This NBA game, it's early, but second quarter been good so far. Opening night, Houston 46, OKC 45. Probably the thing that stands out the most here so far on the stat line, Tony, SGA, 3 points to this point.
Yeah, they said
Thunder.
They said the Sangoon kid, the big man for the Rockets, kind of went up to another level during the.
Sangoon, is he defending SGA?
No, I'm not saying in relation to SGA. I'm just talking about the game.
Okay.
He has supposedly improved his game a lot during the European play.
All right. Durant making his Rockets debut has 10 points in the ball game. For Houston, OKC, by the way, it's playing without Jalen Williams, their second best player.
Their starting front
Still
line
recovering from a wrist surgery.
Is all, I think, 6'11". They're like
Houston's?
Yes.
What's Durant? 6'11", right?
Yes. I think they're across the
How
board.
can anybody that tall shoot like that?
I don't know.
Not fair. Not fair at all.
He doesn't. I mean, I know he's been injured a ton. He doesn't seem like he's slowing down that much
It
either.
really
Not
doesn't.
really.
Well, he's mastered the elements of his game. Like, he doesn't go outside of what he
can do.
Right. And so he's just super efficient at it too.
This hour 97 through the fan. Speaking of efficient.
Love it.
This has been the best read day ever.
You know
Put
what?
a little competition
You
in
know
us.
what? Just for the hell of it, I'm going to pass. I've already lost. I'm down 3-1.
You are.
So
There's
what's
only
4-1?
one less.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, no. You should read it because it pays our paychecks. That's
I've already
why.
lost. This hour is brought to you by IHOP. Introducing the IHOP value menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each and every day. Where else can you get big, filling, sit-down breakfast for $6? That's right,
For
Tony.
real.
Go to your Happy Plates with the $6 IHOP value menu. It's available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. I like how they sneak that in there.
I want to know, and I know there's probably an easy answer to this, but what
Why the
makes
extra
it $7?
dollar? Yeah.
I don't know. I just tried to tell everybody the first time I read, don't be upset. It's not a trick. Some of these places is $7.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find out why when you get there.
Pay the freight.
I used to go to IHOP, pay the freight. I used to go to IHOP a lot in college because there was
Who
an
didn't?
IHOP right down the street.
And it's pretty nicely priced.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you can get you
They
some
got
cakes.
good lunch food too. It's not like all about the pancakes.
All right.
Chris, you into IHOP?
I've been there. You know, if you put it, let's say, well, I just read an IHOP ad. So I'm not gonna say what I was going to say. But I probably
We can move forward too.
I was just going to say I probably frequented Denny's more, but I believe Denny's was a little more convenient for me.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
that's
sense.
what I'll say.
I've been to both places way too much.
I can dig both.
One
Yeah,
real
me too.
quick note, and then we got to get to our interview. The Aztecs D coordinator, who did a great job, Rob Aurich. Blake Snell starting game 1 of the World Series. So far, he's 3-0 in the playoffs this year, guys, with a 0.86 ERA and a 0.5 WHIP.
Can I share something with you guys today? On the way here today,
Okay.
I got a call from my good buddy Ricky Weeks, who's a bench
Ricky.
coach for the Brewers currently.
Yeah.
And we were talking, and somehow we started talking about the series, and he was like, yeah, man, after his game, he said that the staff was kind of pissed off. Like, why didn't these guys hit? And they said they went and watched the start to
the film, and they were like, okay,
I guess that makes sense why we didn't get any hits off this guy.
Well, here's how good Blake Snell was, or has been. The last pitcher to really do anything like this in postseason, 3 starts and an ERA under 1 like that. Got to go to Sandy Koufax in the 60s when they only just had the World Series. But Koufax did it in a World Series against the Twins one year, 24 innings, 1 run. I'm trying to make a comparison there, Scrape. I'm not turning back time.
The irony of them both being in Dodger uniforms. I'd share this with you guys real quick because gotta go to our interview. I was talking to CeCe. I was asking him about his experience being in the Hall of Fame, like sitting in that room. And he, at some point, he said, yeah, it was really cool. He said, but when Sandy walks into the room, like everybody just kind of is like, oh.
Sandy Koufax is currently 89 years old. When they show a shot of him at the stands at Dodger Stadium, it looks like he's 50.
Right. He does. He looks really young.
Incredible. All right. That's how good Blake Snell has been. The Aztec defense, maybe not quite Blake Snell, but they've been really good. Third best in the nation in terms of points allowed. Rob Aurich, their defensive coordinator, spent some time with us. And I tell you, we really enjoyed. I know you will. After traffic, you'll hear it.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by Toyota of Poway, voted San Diego's #1 Toyota dealer by USA Today. Still a number of problems on our roads this early evening, guys. Getting reports of a brush or encampment fire southbound 15 near Miramar Road. Some smoke visible from the right shoulder. Also traveling on southbound 5 before Washington Street, crash blocking the left lane. Stalled semi between the two right lanes on southbound 805 right before Murray Ridge. Also, tow truck is helping to clear an accident northbound 5 at the West 8 connector and an accident east 52 before Convoy. That's over to the right shoulder. Toyota of Poway has been voted San Diego's #1 Toyota dealer by USA Today with APRs as low as 0% and tons of new Toyotas on the ground. No tricks, only treats during the Trucktober sales event happening now only at Toyota of Poway or online at toyotaofpoway.com in the heart of San Diego. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Rob, how are you today? Welcome to the program, sir.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for having me. I'm doing well, man. Good to be on the phone with you.
And, we're really excited. Before we get to the football team, Rob Aurich, folks, is from Bemidji, Minnesota. And
Inaccurate.
Sorry?
That is inaccurate. That's on our website.
Oh, I got to get on Jamie McGonaghy's case for that.
I know. We got to get on Jamie's in front of me right now. He's red with embarrassment.
Yeah, he's going to be really bad. Well, all right, let's just cover the Minnesota, Duluth, Bemidji State, Idaho, South Dakota. My whole point was getting to the fact that it's that time of year when you're used to some snow starting to fall, Rob. I bet you're pretty happy to be here in Southern California now.
Yeah, it's damn hot out here. I love it.
It's damn hot.
I'm still dethroned from college up there at Duluth. So shoot, man, it's been good to get out here. My wife and my kids, they're all over the community playing softball at the beach. So we're enjoying it. It's been a blessing to be here.
Rob, let's talk about your defense here. I mean, this has been the thing that has, I think, been the Aztecs' strength all season long. You guys are in the top 10 in a bunch of different categories defensively. What for you was the sign early on that you guys had a chance to have a pretty good defense?
Well, I don't know if there was necessarily a sign earlier. Honestly, I had some reservations because competing against Coach Lewis and that offense every day, they really challenge you in a bunch of different ways, not only with their tempo, but really with how dialed up and how buttoned up their operation is. And so going through the spring and through fall camp, I would say we had our fair share of days where we won the day, but I wasn't sure how that was going to translate once the lights came on. Now, I've been very impressed at the poise and the maturity of our group defensively, that they've been able to consistently answer the bell for, what I think 4 of the 5 or 5 of the 6 games here. But if you had told me we'd be giving up 12 a game right now, I would have been thrilled taking this job back last January.
Rob Aurich is with us, his San Diego State defense leading the way, although, look, you're getting some company in the headlines now, the way the offense has, come to life here the last 2 games. I imagine you don't mind seeing them out on the field as often as possible, Rob. Keep your guys fresh.
Well, we see it in practice every day. They're a tough opponent. And it's funny, the way this team has taken place through the recruiting process, through the transfer portal, and kind of the strengths of our team is, we've really become more of a physical outfit than necessarily the razzle dazzle that maybe some people were expecting. But you got to give credit to Coach Lou and the staff that, hey, it's our job to find ways for our guys to win games at a high level. And that's the number one art of coaching, is what do our guys do well? And so we've really leaned in to those things that showed up.
Rob Aurich joins us, Aztecs defensive coordinator, here with us right now. And Rob, specifically watching your defense, you guys can cover on the outside. I mean, how much of a benefit is it to have some corners that when you guys go man up, you guys can cover the field the way you have, at least buying that defensive line even more time to get to the quarterback?
It's incredibly important. I have 3 kids. I love my 3 kids. Our 2 corners are right behind them. We're a quarters-based operation for people who have watched us and studied us. And what I've been thrilled with is, we obviously, we dedicate enough hats to stop the run at a consistent level. That's a part of the DNA of the defense. But when you do that, you have to rely on your guys in the back to win one-on-one situations.
Right.
And I think we're giving up 50% completion percentage right now. And it's not because we're, skying the box and playing 2 high safeties all the time. It's because those guys are taking on the task and answering the bell. So credit to Coach Sumler. I think he's done an incredible job with our 2 corners. And then probably the biggest area of improvement for us has been our nickel position. And Eric Butler plays that for us, number 6. And he was a free safety for us last year. And we saw his man coverage skills during the offseason through spring that we had to commit him full time to that nickel position. And it's really allowed us to open up what we do because we have 3 guys who can cover at an elite level.
Yeah, we should mention Coach Aurich is with us. Hit the corner that he's in love, or the corners he's in love with. One of them, Chris Johnson, was just named to the midseason All-American team. I mean, that's a pretty high praise, and it's pretty well deserved. He's got 2 pick sixes and all kinds of other things. But as a defensive coordinator, Coach, I'm sure you're aware that he has those pick sixes as a result of everything everyone on this defense is doing. What is your philosophy in terms of, putting your whole corner and secondary together and working it in concert with, guys like Trey White and people rushing the passer?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the way that our defense has evolved is, our secondary really complements our pass rush and vice versa. So what we're giving up front from Trey White and August and Niles King, it's allowing our secondary to really play on first breaks of the receiver. And it allows them to be a little bit more aggressive and take a few more shots per game rather than having to play conservative, understanding the play is going to be 4 or 5 seconds. It shouldn't be. And so the way we've been able to flush quarterbacks and the effort we're getting from the D-line, I think those guys have worked well in harmony together. And so for us, we got to keep that going. We got to keep that going. Only 6 games in right now. We got to keep playing at an elite level.
Is that the kind of idea moving forward? Obviously, you're only 6 games in, a lot of season left to go. But I imagine you see more potential for this defense to get even better. How does that look moving forward?
Yeah, you're spot on. Every day we come in and we evaluate, what fundamentally can we continue to get better at? And technically, how can we play a call or a adjustment cleaner? And for us, as we self-scouted ourselves over the past week, there's a bunch of areas of improvement. And so we've dodged some bullets through execution or lack of execution of the opponent, but we're constantly evaluating ourselves and trying to make ourselves more difficult to prepare for. And I think we have a good plan heading into the game this coming weekend against the team up north. We don't say their name in this building. I think you're going to see a few more wrinkles out of our defense that maybe you haven't seen weeks 1 through 6.
Well, I'm glad I know that because I've been giving them a name mention, but I will not do that any longer the rest of the week, Rob.
We don't say that name in this building.
I love that. I absolutely love it. Rob Aurich is with us. All right, I want to ask about some of your strategies moving forward, but I can't help but ask you about our guy on this show is Dale Sean Staley, and that is because prior to his season last year, he and a couple of other kids came into studio one day.
Yeah.
He is a communication major, I'm sure you're aware, and we were so impressed with this guy. He practically took over the show. Tony and I just sat on the sidelines, and he ran the show for us. But I was so happy to see him. He got a Player of the Week earlier this year, and it really seems like he's coming into his own. Talk about some of his leadership and on this defense.
Dale's the best. And, Dale Sean's a young dude from Blue Springs, Missouri, that is out here on the West Coast and kind of living 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles away from all his loved ones and his little siblings. So what part of what makes Dale Sean great is, you know, he's away from a lot of people that are in his like immediate family, but every day he comes to work with the same attitude. He's at practice, getting better. He's been an absolute rock for us. I think he's played over 450 snaps this year when you combine defense and special teams. By far number one on our team. Dude, you can just trust that kid. You can trust that kid, and he's been a really fun part of his family to go into battle with.
Yeah, we're excited for everything that's happened. You got 2 Aztecs for life here. You know, Tony and I and Amanda. You know, to see you guys having this success is fantastic. And we were just saying, I mean, the chips, you kind of keep putting more chips on the table now because, you know, every game it gets a little bit more at stake. But I know that's just the way you guys want it. I cannot let you leave because I gave your offensive coordinator the same business. But apparently you have to be hair challenged with a beard to be one of the top coaches on this staff. Is that –
Yeah. I'm not a traditionally good-looking human, and
I wasn't going there.
we all have strengths and weaknesses, but you know, we do what we can with what we got. And you know, Scott Van Pelt is a bald man. Charles Barkley, we're making a comeback.
That's right.
That's baby.
Right.
You tell him, Rob. Well, best of luck, man. Good luck this weekend against those guys up from there, and come back from there with another win. We look forward to it, and hopefully we'll catch up with you guys down the road. Thank you, sir.
All right, you guys are the best, man. We'll talk to you.
Rob Aurich making he was a hit for sure today on the program. And his defense has clearly been a hit as the Aztecs head to
been doing some hitting as well.
Head to Central California. I love that, man. We're not going to even say their name.
No, we're not.
Halftime.
Poor Fresno.
Skraby.
I didn't say the college name. I just said the city.
Halftime of the first NBA game of the year. Rockets 57, Thunder 51. Carmelo wearing a sweatsuit for his debut. Come on, Carmelo.
I knew he was going to say something about it.
Carmelo's the new halftime guy. I mean, really?
He's bringing his own style, man.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm going to try to get away. You try to get away with that with Orsillo next year. See how that goes.
Tony shows up in his
tracksuit. Hey, Carmelo did it. All right, coming up next, Skraby Chronicles. More on the World Series and whatever else Skraby's mind goes to. We're back tomorrow. 4 hours again?
Yeah,
Sports
baby.
Court?
Keep them coming, baby.
Yeah, baby.
How many spots did we end up missing? 3-1?
Yeah, you lost 3-1.
3-1. All right, we'll see how we do on that tomorrow. Bye-bye.